Beirut, as we think about the delicate negotiations for the lives of 222 some hostages, including Americans, as we think about Middle East peace. There's so much that's heavy on us, but as well, thank God for our Phillies, as hopefully we clinch it tonight. One of our biggest local fans, Dom Giordano, is in the house. Anthony and Big Dan are going to be down there. So you're going to have all the local with Dom and Rich, you're going to hear everything breaking and political, but also sports. And that's a nice combo. It's like a combo platter, right?
Yes,
you get the
is.
latest breaking with everything political because you're the true insider. And then you've got everything with sports. Well, who could ask for more?
Perfect. Yes. DiRenzo and Dan at the ballpark. Nobody can top that. We also have the pronoun dad coming on. We have the guy that's suing Cherry Hill, of all places, because of hiding and lying to parents. Big lawsuit. And this may break loose and put the fear of God in some of these school districts.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Dom Giordano. It's a great show. You can't miss it. Dom's up next. Go, Phil.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Stocks open lower today as investors react to Fed Chair Jerome Powell's comments on inflation remaining too high and that lower economic growth is probably needed to bring it down. Meanwhile, there may be some light at the end of the tunnel in the United Auto Workers walkout, at least where things stand with General Motors. According to a top union negotiator, the two sides are moving toward a tentative agreement that would put an end to the strike. He says one remaining sticking point is the size of pay hikes. So far, GM has offered 20%, which the union says falls short. And CBS is reportedly pulling Sudafed and decongestants that include the same active ingredient from its shelves because the FDA says it doesn't work. The substance is used in a number of popular cold medications, including some variations of Dayquil and Mucinex. And X is launching 2 new subscription tiers. One will be set at a lower cost and include all features but still have ads, and the other will be more expensive but ad-free. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Business on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and online at 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, Judah Cameron here. Confidence is super high this fall in Philadelphia sports, and I'm going to tell you why you should be super confident getting your car serviced at United Tire. Quality, the best in the business. Expertise, technicians who excel at their craft. Owners on site with 20 years experience and tremendous customer service. Now is the time for you to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. For locations and information, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time, the start of another great week. Dan and DiRenzo down at the ballpark. We have full cut Ray Didinger here, the pronoun dad. An election fraud scheme, question mark, in South Jersey. We're going to expose that. All kinds of how desperate are Democrats to try to pull something like this. Circulators of phantom candidates petitions, Dan. And one guy, his name is, the reason why this jumped out at me, one guy, his name is that's involved in this scheme, Giuseppe Costanzo.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
hey.
Is the Giuseppe fraudulent? Is it really George Costanzo? Maybe that's not his real name. Maybe you like Seinfeld and just put a Giuseppe in front of it.
Giuseppe Costanzo.
Apparently, according to our guest Tom Crone, the Republican leader out there in Camden County, and the news media reports, damn, this guy's running as a candidate, allegedly, but he dropped out and hasn't been voting in the last number of elections. But suddenly, he's out there as a conservative candidate. Is this a plot to siphon off votes? Are they that desperate? Yes, they are in Camden County. You're going to enjoy this one. As soon as I heard the Giuseppe Costanzo line, yep, let's do that. All right, I saw this on Twitter, and this is how miserable the city of Philadelphia is, Dan. The Marine Corps birthday is November 10th, which is a Friday, right? 248 years old. Mayor Kenny's government is stating the city government will be shut down that day, and therefore people who had a mission in life, Marines, are not permitted to celebrate at City Hall this year. Yeah. Now, how much would it take to accommodate the veterans and have maybe a person or two there to celebrate at City Hall? I guess November 11th is a day off, right? And November 10th, they'll be shut down. They have to get their holiday, so they can't do anything. All right, I'd like to do something around that, but we'll see how it plays out. Now, as we ended last week, we told you the blatancy of what Biden and others were going to do, particularly in Congress, trying to shame Republicans who shamed himself mightily. By the way, Byron Donalds, his hat is into the ring. And immediately on Twitter, I saw the attacks. That must mean he's doing something right. He wouldn't be a bad choice for speaker versus all these Tom Emmer guys, et cetera. Do I think by the end of the week they're going to have a speaker? I'd say still no. And, you could say, well, what difference does it make? Any polling, any gut instinct says this is embarrassing. There's no matter of principle here that Republicans are holding this up for.
What difference at this point does it make?
I think it makes a difference across the board. It gives the media a talking point to say, look at this clown show. And it continues. And it shouldn't happen. There's got to be somebody there that can get 217 votes. All right. But I told you one of the things they're doing is linking the Israel money to the Ukraine money and linking the two. And last week we played this guy. He's ahead of the curve. He's one of the more vitriolic but smarter people on MSNBC. Mr. Hassan, Mehdi Hassan, or Mehdi Hassan.
I like Mehdi.
Mehdi Hassan.
It is Mehdi, but Mehdi's a good one.
Was on MSNBC on another show, host show. And listen to this spin out of this whole thing of mixing Israel and Ukraine. Remember Biden's speech, what was it, last Wednesday before he went off to Rehoboth as the world's on fire. Here is Mr. Hassan saying, think about it, Chris Hayes, his guy on MSNBC. Israel seems more like Russia than Ukraine to the rest of the world. What do we say to the rest of the world then? Here's his point.
There's an international audience here. It's not like people are watching this all over the world, but obviously what the American president says resonates throughout the world, particularly this moment of extremely intense tensions. And I wonder how you thought that speech landed, refracted through that perspective.
It's a great question because we often forget about the rest of the world, even though we're talking about foreign policy. And President Biden came to office reminding everyone that he had a lot of foreign policy experience. He knows world leaders. He has friends around the world. What this crisis is showing us is that a lot of Arab leaders are not happy with him, didn't want to meet with him. And we forget about the global south. We forget that the rest of the world sees what we do, sees our double standards abroad, and doesn't like them. And we kind of turn a blind eye to it. And it's interesting that he decided to do a rather bold speech linking Ukraine and Israel, because a senior G7 diplomat spoke to the Financial Times this week and said, this crisis in Gaza, this war, it means the global South will never listen to us again. They're never going to listen to us about rules-based orders. We're never going to get through to them because they see a double standard. And it's interesting that he did a whole thing about Hamas and Russia and linking them together. It was a slightly axis of evilly, putting them together because they've really got very little in common just when you look at them. Because a lot in the rest of the world would say, okay, if you're going to compare Ukraine and Israel, Biden and a lot of people in America may see Ukraine and Israel as the same. A lot of people around the world see Russia and Israel the same. Right, yeah. They see Russia occupying and invading another country and annexing land and dropping bombs on civilians and saying, hey, human shields. And they see Israel doing that in Gaza. Israel is the occupier of the West Bank and Gaza. So that kind of stuff, I know we don't talk about it here in the US on television in Congress. I'm glad you asked the question because that's what the rest of the world is talking about. That's why America's foreign policy is so unpopular, especially in the Middle East.
Well, my elevated response to that, Dan, all the time is go to hell. All right? Can you imagine? The rest of the world sees Israel as Russia and Ukraine, they're all playing, as we predicted last week. They're all playing. Biden started it, but they're all playing one way or another, churning. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, all this stuff. This guy just churned it to unbelievable levels. Israel is not Ukraine. I didn't say they were Ukraine. And I said we got to be careful, too. Mike Pence over the weekend, a guy who's lost his mind, he says we should send the Marines, Delta Force, and I forget the third thing, into Gaza. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to get Americans killed there. Are you crazy? And he says, well, they have hostages. We ought to send them in. They'll get the hostages out. Now, any rational person knows the difficulty. You're in completely hostile territory there. It's not like a surgical mission you get in and out. You're in Gaza. How are you getting in and out with this whole thing? That's what Mike Pence wanted to do. Where's the appetite for that? We have no fix on even where the hostages might be, given what's going on there. That's Mike Pence, how far it's gone, though, with his interventionism. Stand up Delta Force, he said. They know what they're doing. They'll get in there and get those hostages. Send in the Marines.
Team America?
Team America. All right. One other quick thing here. Guy Shiraki has a great piece. We would have gotten him today, but we're kind of filled up with about where the vote is in upcoming elections and in 2024, the suburbs. And he makes the point that places like Chester County, this is at Real Clear Politics, used to be ruby red. Things started to change around 2000. So he acknowledges that Bill Clinton, and before 2000, but he was working on it, tried to rebrand Democrats as moderates. And suburban voters began moving away from the GOP. Suburbanites may care about the economy, but they're historically financially secure, and some are very secure. A new category of registered voter came into being in suburbia after 2016. It's called the I'm a Republican but voter. The I'm a Republican but voter says, well, I'm a Republican, but you're not anti-abortion, are you? I'm a Republican, but you voted for Obama, right? I'm a Republican. You're not one of the Tea Party people, are you? I'm a Republican, but you know that Trump lost, right? Who are these people? Now,
You call them the butt Republicans?
the butt Republicans.
I like the
yes.
butt
Yeah,
Republicans.
the butt Republicans.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, Guy, editor's note. Have your editor put that as in a headline, the butt, and put in there B-U-T-T Republicans.
The butt Republicans.
This is where we're losing. And, usually, as I just said to that guy from MSNBC, tell the rest of the world, go to hell. Well, to win elections, we can't with that. So the guy then says, well, the media really should be also asking things like, I know you're a Democrat, but we have to seal the border, right? I know you're a Democrat, but you know that no cash bail is dangerous. I know you're a Democrat, but please tell me we should never allow teachers and principals to keep secrets from parents. I know you're a Democrat, but you understand that showing pornographic books to elementary school students is a bad idea. And on and on and on. Now, the media complicit, and they're not going to do that. But these people that say, well, I'm a Republican, you're the one that's not. And they say things, as Guy just put in. You may want to fill in the blank with others that you've heard. The abortion thing could be one. And people say to me all the time in 2024, are you really still believing that the suburban women and some men are going to vote on abortion with all that's going on? And I answer them, yes, they are.
In that exact voice?
Yes.
Yeah?
They may not
Wow.
admit it. They won't say to you, yep, I'm just voting. I want to get me an abortion. Caveat, unless the Republicans do a better job, and I'm anxious to see what happens in Virginia, where Trey Youngkin is trying to win both houses, and he's spending $2 million on a new abortion pitch. Then there's more consensus. He's not running away from it and saying, why do you care about that?
So you think conservatives should be appealing to butt Republicans? They're trying to win over butt Republicans?
Yeah, we still have to. We're not going to win if we don't.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying be craven to them. They sicken me. I'm in agreement with everybody. They sicken me. These people that just ran out there. Taylor Swift concert moment. Does it get any worse? The statistics now indicate that Kelsey does tremendously better when Taylor Swift is there. Google that, Dan. You'll see the
Can we just
article
pull
today.
that Taylor Swift concert moment.
And the hand gestures between Brittany Mahomes, who is extremely disliked by everybody in the NFL. You talk about someone throwing herself into the limelight, and Taylor Swift together.
Yeah.
And then they started
Playing
to show
patty cake. And
Yeah, they started to show footage of Taylor Swift in games that she wasn't even at yesterday.
Yeah.
Is it
It's so
finally too much?
fabricated. Like you know her publicity agent is she has the exact moment that the cameras are going to pan to her. And then they plan like this new, patty cake dance
Exactly.
that the sole purpose is that TikTok picks it up and people start doing it to try to replicate it on TikTok and get it to go viral. It's just so fabricated and gross to me.
Well, I mean, the Brittany Mahomes person is going to be dumped off like all these men at a certain point. And that's good because she deserves it. But the two of them together, it's just. And then in the middle of it, Kelsey does the Pfizer commercial. You can't write this stuff.
I got to admit, though, the love or whatever it is, say fake love, fabricated love.
Yeah.
Travis is a good actor because whenever he looks up to the box and he has that little twinkle in his eye, that's something nice to see.
God.
Come on.
Well, I despise the guy already anyhow. I've told you that, And I would not let him beat me. But then you got to deal with Mahomes, too.
Any news on him debating Aaron Rodgers? That would be a great
Oh,
debate.
yes. Yeah, Kelsey, step into the ring, debate Aaron Rodgers. And Rand Paul has said he would be a second for him, and Fauci could be with. Now, that would be pay-per-view. I'd like to be the promoter of that. Travis Kelsey and Fauci against Aaron Rodgers and Rand Paul. Oh, my goodness. By the way, tonight, if you happen to be watching, I know Philly's on, but Channel 6 is having a town hall of both candidates, Dan, Sherelle Parker and David O. And I've been invited to be in the front part of the audience.
Wait, no. Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you're going to be there?
I'll be there at the town hall.
So
yes.
do any audience members get questions?
I think you have to submit them.
Can you loudly guffaw?
Yes. Oh, Sherelle, yes.
Can you bring a monocle and hold it up to your eye whenever they pan over to you?
Maybe, there was a scene in The Darkest Hour where the candidate that was at the party that was opposite Churchill, they had the leader, Neville Chamberlain, Dan.
Oh, yeah?
And when he pulled out his hanky, that was a signal for his side. Yeah, got to go with Churchill on this one. I'll pull out the hanky, whichever way I think it's going. Kirk Cameron has a new book, huh?
Yeah. I didn't tell you that. He has a new book coming out this week, and he's going to be hopping on with us Wednesday at 2.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Love to get him in here, speaker series or something. All right, let me give you the side question now. 855-839-1210. What's the appeal to these suburban voters? First of all, you have to study it. Second of all, they sicken you, but you got to suck it up because we have to win. We got to drag them over the finish line with us, if at all possible. I gave you the one issue, abortion. We might be, Dan, you said I think we might have one of these Republicans on running against the Working Families Party, but the Republican Party in Philadelphia is kind of attacking Trump. I can't go that way. They don't have to support everything Trump does. Well, it's Philadelphia. That's what we got to do. Well, then what good are you? So how do we get these suburban voters without compromising to a degree where we've lost our way? Is it possible? Are they just wedded to vote for a Democrat? Is that what it comes down to now, particularly on the issue of abortion? Side question. Today is National Horror Movie Day.
Ooh.
Hit us with your all-time horror film. Now, of course, it's in my top 10 films. I could go and watch it right now. I got to take The Exorcist off, not just as a horror film.
Yeah, that one's got to come off.
Psychological drama. It's an all-time film for me. It's in the top 10.
Like, I think that's the mainstay of the Mount Rushmore of horror films.
You know, I thought about
George
doing a big list sometime of my top 10 all-time films. But boy, that's one of the hardest categories, given the body of work there. So I may do that, though.
Yeah.
All right, what do you have?
I'm going to go more thriller side of things. So you hear the song Thriller here, but I'm talking the genre of thriller. The first big one, and it created lines around blocks and shocking moments. I think people passed down in the theater because it was so shocking, especially during the shower scene, that being Psycho.
Oh, Psycho, yes.
Yeah, Hitchcock's Psycho.
That is that's of the older genre, one of the top 2 or 3, without a doubt.
I feel like Psycho and Exorcist are, arguably the 2 best.
I still think great scene. I don't know why that guy didn't become a big time. Come into me, you. Imagine, that's taking one for the team. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. That's at the end of your call. Great column by Guy Shiraki about I'm a Republican, but the butt party in the suburbs. So how in the world do you win them over? Are you a believer? Well, we don't win them over. We just win without them. I don't think that calculus works. And the sad part is Trump has made such good inroads with Black and Hispanic males and across the board due to inflation. But it's seemingly not enough. How do you blunt that force in the suburbs? You can't, Dom. They're more concerned about their friends. They want to fit in. Oh, I didn't vote for Trump. Then complain about inflation, complain about the, stuff in the schools, complain about, I wouldn't go into Philadelphia. I'm a Republican, but I wouldn't dare go into Philadelphia.
I just love the juxtaposition of this threatening music while you're talking about butt Republicans.
Yeah. All right. The butt Republican Party. 855-839-1210. By the way, my latest column up at DelawareValleyJournal.com. I take care of all the family business. It's like the 5 families there. LaSalle is probably the masterpiece, but I take care of Penn State, Swarthmore, and LaSalle. DelawareValleyJournal.com. You'll see it here on Talk Radio 1210. Dom Giordano's show, all-time great horror film. I'll take one more off the board. I see people watching on YouTube. The Omen is a great one,
yeah.
particularly for the scene with Gregory Peck and the woman from hell in the kitchen. Yes, that is a tremendous one. But I still stick with The Exorcist, the best that I've seen. Hit us with that at the end of your call. How do we deal with the butt Republicans, though? When the media is not going to, get in the mind. Chester County, it's just, a guy mentions this too. I'm watching on election night. Let me see if I can give you in particular order. The state Supreme Court race is the number one thing I'm watching. Then Philadelphia mayor's race, just to see how close or not. Then the Working Families Party to see if those socialists are actually in City Hall in some number. But I'm looking at Chester County, maybe even third. After this, seeing Democrats out there prove once again, they're not serious about public safety, particularly that sheriff. It's up and down the line. What is it that motivates these people? You saw a certain degree of affluence and education out there. These butt Republicans or butt independents, whatever they are.
Can't get enough
With
of
the women, they just can't get enough on the abortion thing. And Republicans just say, well, I don't want to talk about that. Well, you gotta. And if they go for these Democrats again, oh, well, everybody worried, Cavalcante out there, those women showing up, remember gun ranges? We talked about that a lot. How in the world can you vote for Democrats after that? Well, they're not responsible. Well, what's responsible? I mean, they're in charge. Yeah, but there we go with the butts again, But Trump, I just can't stand it. So are they, you cannot get killed in the suburbs again, win the presidency, win the Senate, and all that. You know it, and I know it. So there has to be a better effort here at reaching those voters, or at least maybe they don't vote. I don't know, but you cannot lose that, despite the inroads with others that are good that would put you over the top. All right, billboard time. There was an anti-Hamas billboard that got canceled, and I'm not sure how in Bogota, New Jersey, they made him take it down. The sign, which was put up by a Jewish organization named Jew Belong, was removed after law enforcement received over 100 complaints. Situated on Route 80 in Bergen County, the billboard's message said, oh, don't be naive. Hamas could chop your head off too. Would chop your head off too. Yes, that's a point we made last week. These people protesting on college campuses. You think these guys are going to have a beer with Hamas?
It makes no sense to me.
Yeah. They're just thinking,
the most vehemently supportive individuals of Hamas are the ones that Hamas probably hates the most.
Right. They want to throw gays off the top of buildings. These women with the bullhorn and all. Hey, take a back seat. They'll fire a grenade launcher through the cafeteria.
That's
Come
a great
on.
point, though. Like the females without any hijab talking, in front of these crowds. No, that wouldn't be able to happen.
I kind of thought this billboard was like the more real reality based to those signs we see, no home for hate and all the rest of it. This is saying, of course, they would chop your head off. Maybe for no reason. I mean, if they're out in the suburbs, how many of you are Rotary Club members? They'll kill you right there. I'm a member of the Rotary Club. I'm with you guys. By their charter, they'll kill you. You don't have to be Jewish. And it's not because they're liberal or anything. It's just because they're savages. And anything that doesn't pertain to that level of misogyny, homophobia, and all those other things, they're in for that. Here's an example of that. This is Trey Yingst, who is the Fox guy. This guy has been magnificent. The guy with a helmet that's a little bit too big for him on Fox. He went to the morgue, or at least the people in the morgue who had to deal with the bodies after Hamas was dead with them in that attack. Listen to what he said about why he can't talk about it as a reporter in great detail.
Yeah, so
these are the kids, grandparents, and all the others that went to the morgue.
yeah, and it's he saw a video of a hostage.
Right.
It was an interrogator that was taken, a Hamas interrogator that was taken, and in this video, the Hamas interrogator revealed
Right.
extremely gruesome details, and this is what he's telling us about here.
In the video, he describes the preparation and coordination for this assault on southern Israel. He talks about a Telegram group that Hamas fighters had, and they were communicating as the massacre took place, sending videos as they got them, as they were killing civilians in their homes. And this interrogator asks him about Islam, and he acknowledges that in the religion, you are told not to kill women, children, and elderly people. But he describes what Hamas commanders told them to do. He says that commanders said they could do whatever they felt like doing, and that this was a suicide mission, telling them they should not plan on coming back. New details about what exactly was going through the minds of these militants as they entered and slaughtered so many innocent people. He says commanders told them to step on the heads of civilians, to behead them, and do whatever they felt like. He went on to talk about how Hamas and ISIS are being compared. The interrogator asked him about this comparison, and he agreed. He said, we burned, we slaughtered, and beheaded people. And then he went on to ask more questions. And this interrogator was pushing this Hamas fighter and this militant to get more information from him. And he said, we became animals, things that humans do not do. And when the interrogator asked him, what type of things did you do to these civilians after you killed them? He described them. And we can't describe them to you because they are too graphic to explain on television. But it gives you a sense of what exactly took place. More than 1,400 Israelis slaughtered at the hands of Hamas militants who entered southern Israel on October 7th, starting this conflict that's erupted behind us. And we do know by this video that we obtained and reviewed, they were given coordinated, specific plans to come into Israel and put all beliefs aside with one goal in mind, to inflict as much terror on the civilian population here as possible.
All right. You heard what he did tell you. So what the heck could it be that the other guy's alluding to that he didn't tell? You can imagine. But this is all made up. We're supposed to forget this. And we have the yes, but party out there. Those Republicans and say, but, you know, those tweets from Trump. Oh, my God. Or they vote for the Madeline Deans of the world. Well, she's good on abortion. Yeah, that's right. Amazing. I saw over the weekend, New York Post, the only one, I think it was the Sunday Post, and this is pretty telling. Where did they come up with the hang glider stuff? This is what got the juices flowing at Harvard and LaSalle and all these other places. We have our own Air Force now to come in and savage these people. Well, a German diplomat was trying to buddy up, essentially, with Hamas, Dan, and he was a hang glider. And he took them out to show them for recreation and how much fun and their life with this, he told the Post.
Oh my
the hang glider, this idiot.
What an idiot.
And what do? Their mind, it shows you the just sheer, undistilled savagery. Instead of that, they went along with the guy till they learned to fly a hang glider. And their mission then was to use the hang gliders to get over the walls and everything else. That's where it came from. A German diplomat a few years back, or a year back or so, the Post said, showing them this for recreational purposes. This is what you're dealing with. And I guess these people in the suburbs and all, they just can't fathom this. They don't want to fathom. They're in a cocoon. They're protected. Join the real world. That is the real world. You know, I don't know their experiences that they just cannot fathom savagery and evil like this. Yeah. Oh, recreation. Yes. How about if we put a grenade launcher on the side of it? Amazing. That's what they use them for. All right. We'll take your calls coming up. Hit us with that all-time horror film. And Tom Crone, who's the chief person out there in Camden County for the Republicans, has quite a story to tell. It involves a Costanza. Costanza.
Costanza?
Yeah, a Costanza or a Costanza. Jason Alexander may be working in Camden County. A bizarre plot with phantom conservative party people out there to siphon off votes. How desperate are Democrats in this upcoming election in South Jersey that you might see quite a change after this, that people have really, I'm going to ask him, does the issue of parental rights, is that playing out? And however you want to phrase it, what is the big issue? I know the chief Democrat, Scutari, said the big issue to him, and there's only one that's anywhere near this, abortion. Doesn't that play out? We'll find out from Tom Crone next. Send your calls on Talk Radio 1210. Dom Giordano Show. Good Monday, everyone. Tom Crone, the chief guy out there, the Camden County Republicans, has quite a little tale that's being told in the media. Does it illustrate how desperate Democrats are as we turn toward the election that might start to see some common sense, at least in South Jersey. Tom joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tom, welcome in. As soon as I saw a Costanzo in this, not a Costanza, I said, is that a real name? What's going on here? So, Tom, what is it that's out there in the media, and you have some evidence of this that's going on?
So I got to be honest with you, Dom. I wish it was a Seinfeld episode and it would have a quirky little funny ending to it. But unfortunately, it's not George Costanza. It's Giuseppe Costanzo. A great name. And there's a reason why it's a great name. Names like that play very well in Washington Township and in Gloucester Township. They're solid groups that will vote for a person with that type of name. So this is not just a random guy who popped up. And last Thursday, a very disturbing piece of mail was hitting mailboxes of what we would consider hard Republicans in the 4th Legislative District, taking in Washington Township and Gloucester Township as well as others, saying that this independent candidate, this Trump conservative, Giuseppe Costanzo, doesn't believe that our Senate candidate, Chris Del Barolo, is conservative enough. The Del Barolo family goes deep into Washington Township and Gloucester Township politics. Chris has been a councilman in Washington Township. He now resides in Gloucester Township. His brother Peter is currently a Washington Township councilman. This is not just a regular mailer that went out. He's saying he is the conservative alternative. Giuseppe Costanzo, let's just put it this way, bought his house in Gloucester Township in 2016, never registered to vote until June 6th of 2023, the day that his petitions were due to become an independent candidate for the legislature.
Okay.
Never voted for Donald Trump in 2016, never voted for Donald Trump in 2020, never voted for anybody, but he's the Trump conservative alternative. The further interesting thing is that the mailer came from an organization called New Jersey Freedom, which is based out of Jamaica, Queens, of all places. So why is an organization that's based in New York, in Queens, involving itself in a legislative race? Well, there's no information on these people, but the information that they used and everything like that is similar to another shady and shadowy organization that interfered in the Republican primary headed up by the Camden County Democrats, who were trying to, again, say that the Trump Republicans don't support. Well, we won that primary handily without a problem, 2-1. We have no problem with our voters here. The issue is you now have a person who is not registered to vote, has a running mate who is a lifelong hard Democrat as his running mate, running as the Trump conservative alternative to the Republican candidates. The other disturbing thing is we dug further into this and we got more and more information. One of the circulators of the petition is a very well-connected political operative from from Monroe Township, originally from Washington Township. Her father, then a Republican, was head of Republicans for Moriarty. Paul Moriarty is an assemblyman in the 4th District running for the state Senate currently. To take over for Fred Madden. That gentleman now, Mr. Frank Cianci, was the previous Democratic municipal chair in Washington Township. And there is a lot of dots to follow, and I apologize for anybody not following. But the Democrats have now decided to interfere in an election because they are on the wrong side of every issue. You have people now saying that they're conservative Trump supporters who have voted for Democrats their entire lives. I mean, that's a crazy thing for people to be saying. I mean, this woman out there, Giuseppe's running mate is Maureen Penrose, who is a lifelong Democrat, by her own admission, is friends with Fred Madden, the current senator from the 4th District, and friends with Donald Norcross. And that Fred Madden, according to Ms. Penrose, encouraged her to run. Now, he is, denying that, obviously, but come on. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And this is really... It set the town on fire at this point.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal, though, or it's unethical and crazy, but is it illegal?
Well, we are looking into that currently, and we have asked for an investigation from the Attorney General, and they have said that they're going to look into this immediately. And considering that the Attorney General works for Phil Murphy, them just not ignoring it and saying we'll get to it, That's encouraging to see. Senator Vince Palestina from the 2nd Legislative District out of Atlantic County has sent a letter to the Attorney General, to the U.S. Attorney, and he's also contacted the Secretary of Education, because the person who was involved in recruiting these candidates and getting signatures for them, this Angela McGinn, works for the Washington Township School District.
And I believe
Now,
is she the DEI person, diversity, equity, inclusion?
That is exactly correct.
Oh, this is including everything. Yeah.
Right. This is including everybody. And Trump supporters really do support DEI. So, you have more Democrats signing this petition, very few, if any, Republicans signing this petition to get these guys on the ballot. Seriously, they're on the wrong side of issues. They're again, you led up to this talking about the Democrats are pushing abortion. They're running on abortion in the 4th Legislative District, in Gloucester Township, Washington Township, Winslow Township, Monroe Township. The Democrats in New Jersey believe in abortion up to and including birth. That's a fact. There is no limit for them, and they can't stand on their record on that. The average person doesn't believe in that. We all have different opinions on abortion, and we're not going to get into it. We're not going to, litigate abortion in this race. What we are going to litigate is parental rights. We're going to talk about how the sexualization of our children is being pushed by the same people who believe in abortion up until birth. We're going to talk about an administration that wants to take away your gas stove, your gas-powered vehicle, and give you less and less choices, because they're the same people who took away your plastic bag when you go shopping, and you have to walk around and fumble everything and bring your own bag now. But everything you buy is wrapped in plastic. This is the dementia of the Democratic Party. They're on the wrong side. Polling shows this. 80% of people polled in New Jersey believe that parents have a stake in their child's life and education.
Well, Tom, it's good to hear you saying you're drilling down on it. If we can get these other Republicans to do it on the national level, et cetera, even in New Jersey, I would offer, you're right. This is the right thing and the politically right thing to do. It is front and center. It kind of counters all the media and abortion stuff, which have nothing to do with anything. So it seems to me, what's the best hope scenario for Republicans, for listeners to understand statewide coming out of this? I mean, could we see, if not parity, starting to move toward both in the House and Senate, something approaching that?
It is. And that's why this is an incredibly important election. And you see why the Democrats from Camden County, the Norcross cartel, is so desperate to hang on to power. In New Jersey, there's something called senatorial courtesy. Chris Del Barello, our candidate for Senate in the 4th Legislative District, is from Camden County. That would mean that he would have the ability to block every appointment by Democrats in the entire county of Camden. He has the say in appointing judges. He can block the appointment of judges, just like the Democrats have done to Republicans now for over 20 years. You don't get a judge in Camden County unless the Democrats sign off on them, and they want all the DEI included in that. There are plenty of guys sitting on the sideline right now who would make amazing jurists, but they're not being pushed through because we have to go through the Democrats for it. Every appointment, every solicitor, every prosecutor, even gubernatorial appointments have to get signed off by the senators. And if it's in this county, Chris Del Barello will have a say in that, which is why they're savaging him and his running mates, Matt Walker and Amanda Esposito, so savagely. They don't want them because, and to your further point, New Jersey is within 7 assembly members of becoming Republican majority.
Wow.
There are 80 members of the New Jersey Assembly. We need 7. 7. And 5 senators. There's 40 senators. We only need 5. 5 senators, 7 assembly people. And New Jersey becomes red. We pull a Virginia. We were that close 2 years ago. We picked up 15 seats 2 years ago. It's not out of the realm of possibility to pick up another 12. And we're this close to doing it. Polling shows that we're doing it. The 1st legislative, the 2nd legislative, the 3rd legislative, the 8th legislative are all Republican. That's South Jersey. Camden County is the Democrat stronghold left in South Jersey.
It is remarkable stuff. So, Tom, encouragement from that. Where do people go? More information to help contribute, volunteer, whatever. Where do they go?
Hit us up at CamdenCountyRepublicans.com. Find us on Facebook. We're there. Reach out to us directly. We're always looking for help on the street, financial. But the biggest thing is vote. Get out there and vote. Return your vote by mail ballot today. Early in-person voting begins Saturday the 28th and lasts for 10 days, and Election Day is November 7th. You have the best opportunity to make a change, not just in the 4th Legislative District, but Camden County and the entire state of New Jersey. We have serious candidates, conservative candidates, people willing to talk about the issues that are important to you, and you just have to get out there and put them in office. Don't stay home. Staying home elects Democrats. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Tom, very much. Thanks for bringing this.
Thanks, Tom, as always. Appreciate it.
Tom Crone, Camden County Republicans. You imagine Giuseppe Costanzo. I'll change the A to an O, and I'll put Giuseppe in there instead of George. My goodness. Could New Jersey be red or purple, at least, after this? Yeah. I'm in the camp that thinks that could happen. But you heard what he said, mail-in balloting, early voting. 855-839-1210. Running on abortion again, as predicted. Well, I don't care. Don't say anything about it. Now that's all they're going to do. You heard what he said about parental rights issues, too. That is masterful. That's exactly what Republicans have to do. 855-839-1210. You'll get on board. Hey, jump into the NBA action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Now, I really like the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers, you can bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when you place a $5 bet on the NBA. That way, you can watch all the action as you bet on everything from point spreads to player props. Best of all, you get those winnings instantly. Don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass. Just visit FanDuel.com/Dom. Tip off the NBA season right. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, FanDuel official partner of the NBA. You have to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. New customer offer. First online real money wager only. Return issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer, $5 NBA wager required. Limit one pass per customer. Access both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply. All right, it was great stuff from Tom Crone, both serious and entertaining at the same time. Dom Giordano's show. Side question today, National Horror Day. Hit us with that all-time fun or your favorite horror film. We've taken a few off the board, some good ones on Twitter. Let's go to Keith in Bluebell on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith, good afternoon. What's your horror film? Yo, Keith, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
what's your horror film, Keith?
Oh, The Haunting. The Haunting.
Yeah, you got to tell us why.
The original one,
Yeah.
black and white. What? Excuse me a second. I'm in a bagel shop. What?
Thank you, Keith. Bagels for lunch. All right, that's good. The Haunting, the original one in black and white.
1963, yeah, Robert Wise.
Yeah, I know. It's a good one. Just hit us with the reason, too.
Yeah.
You know, when you call on, you're getting a bagel, hit us.
Well, to be fair, I mean, the guy was getting a bagel,
I understand. I understand. But we, we're a well-oiled machine here. All right. The New York Times has admitted they were wrong. They gave too much credibility to Hamas on the Gaza hospital hit. They put it in an editorial and they said, but they didn't say what they're going to do in the future. Like, you got to be kidding me, believing anything these savages say. No, they just said it was an error in judgment. They relied too much on them because the Israeli army said they were checking on all the details before they could make a definitive statement. So rather than saying that to listeners, readers, they said, well, they didn't say Hamas says. They just said, well, that's the prevailing report out there at the time. We now know it was their own rocket, as suspected, and the usual stuff associated with this. Hey, coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to talk with Ray Didinger, Phillies, Eagles. We had on Stella Morabito a while back. I think it could be a year, 6 months, something. Her book about COVID and kind of petty authoritarianism, all the stuff that went into it. She's got a piece up that I think explains better than almost anyone. Why is it these morons on college campuses, other than those that are connected to this and it's their worldview, they're Palestinian or whatever, why are these LaSallians, the powerlifting club and the LaSalle ambassadors, why are they signing off in the wake of this savagery attacking Israel? Why are they doing that? She says it's not necessarily ideology, meaning they're progressive, they're liberal. And I agree with the reason. We'll break that reason down. But I think this is one of the great questions to get to the bottom to. The other, my column today at DelawareValleyJournal.com points out, the other thing to do is don't give these places the money. At the state, federal, local level, don't give these colleges the money until they can prove they're not engaging in this. And most of them are. Most of them were very weak. And these student groups, many of them connected with the universities, they say nothing about that. Okay, we're not going to fund you then. And Dave Chappelle comes down on the side. Well, not Israel. I'll tell you what happened in Boston with Chappelle. That's all coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
So we're just going to have you on this view until then, and then I'm going to switch it to the ballpark right when I get that set up. All right, there you go. Now you can do your thing.
Hey, good Monday, everyone. Welcome in. It is the Dom Giordano Show. Liz Briade-Havey will be with us in a moment. Several things. The big race. Got to get this candidate, Carolyn Carluccio, over the finish line, state Supreme Court. You do that, it paves the way for the election in 2024. Now, usually, I would have Liz on then, say, the Monday or the Friday before the big vote. But mail-in balloting, early voting, all those things come into play. Now's the opportunity to bank that vote. If you don't do anything else, this is the race to vote in, and it's pretty clear what you're voting on. So rather than screaming about the Pennsylvania Supreme Court come 2024 or anything else that comes along, COVID, remember all that, here's the opportunity. This is the first big Supreme Court race since that. And we know what the current makeup, there's at least one person persuadable on the Democrat side. So if you get this seat, you have 4-3 many times versus the other way around. If you don't, then we're just going to continue to go through this nonsense. All right, let's go to Liz Briade-Havey, formerly head of the Republicans out of Montgomery County, now more at the state level. And as I said, the go-to person on several of these things, including the state Supreme Court. Hey, Liz, welcome back in. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, Liz, as I see this race heating up, seems as if the Republican, first of all, in my view, is a backbencher, not worthy of the Supreme Court. I don't see any judicial stuff with this guy, a hack, in other words, in commercials talking about the usual stuff. We're going to take away voting rights, so-called reproductive rights, and I forget what the other rights are. And I don't see anything here that gives me one of the most elevated benches in the country. How do you view the advertising and the back and forth now?
So you mean the Democratic Dan McCaffrey?
Yes,
well,
listen,
yes. He's running all of his ads are running through, these extreme independent expenditure PACs. So he is really coming out hard. He's manipulating the facts to try to make Carolyn Carluccio look like she's extreme, when in fact she's really not at all. She has an excellent record. She's highly regarded by her peers, elected first female president of the Montgo Common Pleas Court, and then just was elected president of all the Trial Judges Association from Pennsylvania. So this is a typical stuff. And quite frankly, he's just one of these good old boy, typical politicians. I have to say, he was very involved in the Porngate scandal, where he was passing around on his government emails porn. And, he's just, except yet he's talking about how a woman judge, highly regarded women judge, is not going to protect women. I mean, it's insane, and there's this Judicial Conduct Board filing against him. And he has violated a critical ethics rule, one that was put in place because of Seamus McCafferty, his brother. So there's a rule that says you're not supposed to hire somebody you're in a relationship with, your spouse or whatever. Well, Dan McCafferty, he's living with a woman who is his secretary. I mean, he's hiring this woman and paying this woman, violating this rule. And what I want to know is, where's the media on this stuff? They should be talking about this. And you see his ads too. It says he's the only Pennsylvania prosecutor. Well, that's ridiculous. She was a federal prosecutor. Carolyn Carluccio was in the U.S. Attorney's Office as a federal prosecutor. So I guess you could, manipulate words to say he's the only Pennsylvania prosecutor instead of saying U.S. prosecutor. But it's just typical garbage. And I'm really hoping that the Republicans wake up, independents, and even some, I would say, normal thinking Democrats to see that they have really the right person in Carolyn Carlucci. And this other guy is just politics as usual.
And Liz, he talks about, at least in an interview, or I'm trying to remember in the ad, and I don't see how this plays across Pennsylvania if people actually underline it and realize what it means in their lives. Have they learned now how much the Supreme Court means in our lives? He says he believes in the living Constitution. Well, as soon as you hear that, that is the direct path to petty tyranny. Anybody that says that, we know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to legislate from the bench. And that's not just some law book thing. That means they're going to shut down your schools, shut down your place of work. Say you can get in a ballot 3 days after the election is over. That's what they're going to do.
That's exactly right. And, that's not a liberal thing. That's a progressive thing. That's really something that we see on the more extreme side of the left side. The average American and the average Pennsylvania voter does not want somebody making up laws that they think fit better for the time as a Supreme Court justice. They just don't, right? That goes through the legislature. You can elect a representative on a regular basis. For a Supreme Court judge, you get elected once and then you're up for retention. So you could be sitting there for your whole life and there's no recourse if you get in there and start manipulating the law and changing the law like we saw in COVID. Right? Allowing for shutdowns. That's why we had that constitutional amendment, because the Democrats who run the Supreme Court and they vote politically, backed up Governor Wolf and gave him the authority that was not in the law to shut down the schools and keep them shut down. So fortunately, the Republican legislature, when we had control of the House and the Senate, put forth a constitutional amendment that limited the power of the governor to shut everything down without coming to the legislature.
Absolutely. Now, usually I would get you on the Monday before, the Friday before an election this important, but wanted to update mail-in voting, et cetera, Republican efforts at that, Liz, early voting and all of that, because we're in voting time right now. And if you think that you may forget on election day, I don't know why, how important this is. It's been proven again and again in Pennsylvania, because I'm convinced at least one judge on the other side is persuadable on some issues. That would give a 4-3 decision on a lot of things. If it's McCaffrey, well, this is beyond a rubber stamp with this guy. So how are Republican efforts with mail-in balloting going?
Well, they've launched at a national level. The RNC launched something called Bank Your Vote. People should go to bankyourvote.com. They've put it into all of the states. The state party has embraced it and is pushing it, launched this fall. And what they're doing is urging people to vote early. But also, if you go to bankyourvote.com and you click that you're pledging to vote early, they will then remind you and make sure you have all the information you need to vote early. And they're giving the state party and the county organizations a social media kit to push out, which the organizations are doing. I just got a text message myself as a voter to go to Bank Your Vote to vote. So really, Republicans should go to bankyourvote.com, just read it, click on it, agree that you're going to vote, because the reality is that people don't always vote. They're committed to it. They say in their mind there is, but then, the car breaks down or they get sick and they don't. And the Democrats have been able to increase their turnout by a couple of percent in the last couple of years because their people are voting by mail and ours are not. Now, we're seeing a little bit of improvement on our side, not enough. Right now, there are 159,000 Democratic ballots that have been returned and 44,000 Republican ballots that have been returned. That's actually better than it was 2 years ago when we had statewide elections.
Well, let me stop you there. That doesn't sound good. I know how much you've been on it and a champion. You came on the show way ahead of the curve when we were I was in that camp. I admit it then because it made sense to me, and saying we better look at mail-in balloting because it's going to be the game. They're not going to get rid of it anytime soon. Why is it still that big of a difference?
Because quite frankly, President Trump at the time and other leaders were against it. and also the system itself. You know, when people went to vote in person during COVID, the election system looked completely different, and there were errors. Now, my sense is, and my experience has been that a lot of that has been corrected. Certainly in Montgomery County, they did a much better job this last November. The tracking is much more on target. We're now getting, as party leaders, the RNC is tracking all of the requests, all of the return ballots nationally, providing that information regularly to everybody. So we're finally all engaged. People should feel safe voting by mail. You have to put your identity, an identification in when you're voting by mail. And there's a system that double checks that two votes don't come from the same Social Security number. I mean, there is a system in place. So really, people need to go to bankyourvote.com, or we're just simply not going to win. And this year is a little bit of a test, but next year is going to be the biggest test of all.
Well, and the testing issue, last time we spoke, I think we brought it up. Again, I see all signals pointing toward, even in Jersey, we just had on the head guy in Camden County. It's looking pretty good. And I asked him, what are Democrats running on in Jersey where it's in the Constitution? And he said abortion. But they're smart to do that. Now, the last time we talked, and I know that at the level that you're at, you were going to be at a conference, or Republicans in Pennsylvania, you particularly are sensitive to this and talking to people about what the Republican message should be on abortion.
What it really needs to be is about, our goal ultimately is to reduce the number of abortions. And in order to do that, we have to win elections. And if we keep talking about banning abortion, we're not going to win. And you see, President Trump is saying that that's not going to work. Nikki Haley is saying it's not going to work. We have to recognize that even if we're pro-life and we don't want abortions, if we say we are going to, institute a ban, we're not going to be elected. So we really need to think about ways to support women and to therefore reduce abortion. If you support women, the goal would be that they would have they would make the choice less often to have an abortion. And if, 40% of women have doubts and they're upset afterwards. And so we should be providing them some care. And I think that's something that our legislatures should be talking about. And I think that they are. I think they're trying to work with the pro-life leaders to try to get everybody to be on the same page on these issues, because we don't want pro-lifers to sit out an election because somebody's not sufficiently pro-life enough. I mean, listen, these Democrats, they're united. They're voting all together every time, and they're voting for even the most extreme candidates that are on the spectrum of having abortion all the way up till birth. They stick together. Republicans need to stick together.
Without a doubt. Well, Liz, to be continued. And are there any events coming up with the judge or anything like that? I mean, I don't know how it works when you're running for Supreme Court judge. Do you do rallies? Do you do events or no?
She's running all over the place.
Okay.
People host fundraisers for her. Judges can't ask for donations, but they can attend a fundraiser on their behalf.
Okay.
She's going to the fall county dinners. I know that Montgomery County has their big dinner. I think it's November 1st, Republican Party there. She's running all over to every single county. She's been to every single one multiple times. I don't know if there's any rallies, but there probably will be. I guess my final note would be, voters, go to bankyourvote.com.
Yes, I knew you were going to go. Yes,
sign the pledge.
Yes, that's exactly the thing to do right now, Liz, because people have well-intended. You're right. Something happens on election day. We got to get it done now.
Yep.
Thank you, Liz. Thanks for the update.
Thanks,
Liz Priate-Havey here on Talk Radio 1210. All right. Coming up, your calls. We're going to get some horror films. Today is National Horror Film Day. But in addition to that, I saw this story today that electric cars are risking becoming uninsurable because of the battery, among other things. Just another signal of what would compel a person to go down. I think it's very risky to go electric. All right, Dan, you got something you want to say?
Yeah, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We are live all day, video streams and everything. And something special I'm going to do here, Dom, or at least try to do.
Okay.
If you go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you will see Dom and I live right now from the studio. But here in about 10 minutes, I'm waiting for Anthony DiRenzo of the Otherside to show up, and we're going to head down to the ballpark. And in doing so, I'm going to set up my phone to turn it into a quasi dash cam so the listeners and viewers can take a ride down to the ballpark as we drive down there. You'll also have Dom Giordano in the top right to tune into as well. But yeah, youtube.com/@1210WPHT all day today. Please go like and subscribe. It'd be very much appreciated.
One leftover from the Phillies game on Saturday. I thought that was a great play, and even his reaction by Bryce Harper at the plate. I kind of hit the guy, but it wasn't Pete Rose hitting Fossey, and he stood there to try to make sure he was okay. Some outlets calling it a dirty play. My God, they wanted to, if a catcher's blocking the plate or semi-blocking the plate, he's going to get a hit. That's baseball. It's a play that's been taken out unfairly, and it's one of the most exciting plays in baseball.
Carl from Barstool says, dirty effing play from Bryce. Great guy, all that BS, but this is a dirty effing play. Chris Carroll, or a guy down in D.C., says, typical Bryce Harper, can't win a ring clean, so try to get it dirty. Let's go D-backs. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Some guy named Goat Lake writes, and that was so dirty, I wouldn't expect anything else from Bryce Harper, though. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Guy has a surgically repaired elbow.
No, it was, that's my only worry with him. He plays hard, which is great, but there are certain people who play hard like Pete Rose and never get hurt. And there are guys like Bryce Harper who do get hurt. That's the only limitation. I mean, it's pretty tough to say don't play hard. But that was a good play. It was a perfect play. It was a turning point play in some ways. Okay, 855-839-1210. We're coming to your calls next. At 1:30, we'll break all this down with Ray Didinger. But jump in this Supreme Court race. This is very, very winnable. I know it's a galaxy far, far away, Harrisburg. And that Pennsylvania Supreme Court, who cares? You see the impact it had on our lot, the impact it had on the country. They'll do it again. They'll throw Pennsylvania. By that, I mean in a sense of ruling for Biden in any way, shape, or form they can. Except if we get this vote, we're right there. We just need one to go the other way. Think about that. It's a simple thing to vote on this. 855-839-1210. Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. All-time horror film. Be ready. Hit us with that throughout the show. That's today's side question. I saw AOC yesterday, the shocking ban of Tlaib and Omar from visiting Israel. Now, Israel is certainly within their rights. The toxic duo being banned is exactly on point. Why would you bring those two haters to Israel to see what if they would go there? They wouldn't report on anything they saw anyhow. Doesn't matter to them. They hate this country. They hate Israel. They're ungrateful. They are toxic, and they're your modern Democrat Party. All right, let's go to Elizabeth in Cinnamonson on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Elizabeth, afternoon. What do you have today?
Hey, John, I think that Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds is a movie that still scares me to this day when I see the birds on the high wire.
Is there a particular scene? Tippi Hedren's blonde hair coming apart with the birds? That's a pretty good scene.
Yeah, but the scene where the bird expert is in the diner and talks about how many birds there are in the world.
That woman. That
I think about that.
She's lucky they didn't kill her in that diner as they're closing in. All right. That is a good one. Yeah, the birds is a good one, particularly when the guy's pumping gas in the middle of the birds coming. Oh, yeah, you know what? The cats have not weighed into Alfred Hitchcock, though. You put 40,000 cats wall to wall out there, the birds come storming in. I don't know. They're in trouble, I think.
It's just a testament of how far horror has advanced that we were first afraid of birds, and now we actually have real monsters out there.
Yeah, exactly. Bill in Bucks County on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Bill, what's yours? What's the horror film?
Mine is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay, how come?
Well, it's pretty gruesome. It's just out and out. Sound of that chainsaw starting up when they pull the cord is definitely something to get scared about.
All right, good. I mean, it's almost satiric, though, the stupidity of not getting out of there, going the wrong place and all. Even, I think, a insurance company ad showed that. So, okay, yeah, The Birds, though, is Hitchcock's somewhat at his best. All right, we've talked a lot about electric cars. I happened to see this yesterday. Electric cars are risking, from the Telegraph, Daily Telegraph, becoming effectively uninsurable as analysts struggle to put a price on battery repairs. Jonathan Hewitt, chief executive of Thatcham Research, the Motor Insurers Automotive Research Center, said a lack of insight and understanding about the cost of repairing damaged electric car batteries was pushing up premiums and resulting in some providers declining to provide cover altogether. Electric cars can be particularly expensive to repair, costing around a quarter more to fix on average than diesel vehicles or gas-powered. Experts have previously warned electric vehicles are being written off after minor bumps because of the cost and complexity of fixing their batteries. The challenge is understanding whether the battery has been compromised or damaged in any way. And that's always going to be a key element to this. I mean, the biggest objection I have is just the planning that would go into taking any kind of trip, doing almost anything when it comes to this. But the insurance rate on this is certainly something to take a look at. Now, at 2 o'clock today, we're going to talk with the pronoun dad and his attorney. This is a dad who has filed a federal lawsuit against Cherry Hill School District over their pronoun policy. Apparently, they allege, or it's a fact, that our guest, Frederick Short Jr., whose 3 kids attended Cherry Hill High School, filed the suit October 12th. He argues the policy violates his constitutional right to raise his children and make decisions about their mental health care. I should know everything my child is doing in school. Why does this school have to hide things? Cherry Hill school policy allows students to determine what pronouns they want to use, like he, she, or they, without having to notify their parents. The state attorney general's office declined to comment. Cherry Hill officials have not responded. It challenges guidance issued by the education department, which does not mandate that school notify parents of their child's gender identification. The lawsuit argues such policies provide for secrecy and the facilitation of double lives and are psychologically unhealthy for youth. Yeah, and they put the school districts into this matter of, kind of a CIA operation. They're taking over the role of the parent. They are coming to the level here where parents will be ignored. Why trust them on anything else? It is a remarkable thing. Now, we had Tom Crone on, the head of Republicans in Camden County, He made the point, the issue that's reverberating out there in Camden County, and he thinks across the state, if Republicans actually go to it, is parental rights. Who would not? So what they do is they say crazy stuff like, what about the civil rights of the kid? What? Versus parental rights for health and guidance and safety? Well, what about the expertise of the school? What? Versus parental rights? Maybe we can't trust these parents. Maybe they'll be violent in this. Boy, you're really, really going on thinner and thinner ice. So he'll be here at 2 o'clock with the attorney to give you all the details on this. But it's right in our backyard. Big lawsuit, has repercussions across the board. And my hope is, come early November in New Jersey, this will be the issue, in addition to all the usual things. Look, the people that are against the progressives, high taxes, property taxes, Phil Murphy's pompadour, all that in Jersey, they're going to be there. It's the persuadable people. You know, progressives and all, you're not going to persuade. They don't care. But there are any number of people that do care about parental rights. And when they actually think about it and they hear stuff like this, they go, no, anybody that's promoting that as a general principle across the board, they're against that. So this lawsuit is going to be interesting. Now, the mentality I gave you again of Phil Murphy and progressives in New Jersey is you're making all this stuff up. What about the rights of the kids? It's ridiculous. I can't imagine in a court of law that this is a winner. But parental rights now and into 2024 is exactly what Republicans ought to be engaging, exactly where they should go as far as the issue that hits the people that you have to reach. And those are persuadables. These are people that are moderate, we can use that term, Democrats, or vaguely, they don't vote all the time, or they're vaguely Republican. They hear stuff like this. They're in the suburbs, too. You can potentially reach them. Some of these other things that have been tried don't work. That's why the Democrats, all they have is to go forward with abortion. All right, Ray Didinger is next. We'd love bringing Ray on, of course. He's got a lot of thoughts now, column today. As a fan, since he's not working full-time as an analyst anymore, how does he see the Phillies? How does he see the Eagles? We'll go Eagles first last night. And he calls in this column the Phillies the most likable Philadelphia sports team or sports team he's seen in quite a while. So what is it about this team that is actually driving it to almost parity with the Eagles, at least for a period of time? What is it that they're doing that is so remarkable? It is a remarkable team. It's remarkable stuff. And it's pretty hard because the Eagles are 1, 2, or 3 best team in the NFL. To compete with them for attention is incredible. And it should be tonight that they clinch. It's going to be very difficult on the Diamondbacks here. Tonight is going to be pretty special. And then on to the World Series. Watching Houston and the Rangers last night, it doesn't seem to me that they're overwhelming at all. I still think Houston's a better team. Rangers might upset them. And I think the Phillies look better than last year's team in the World Series. Better shot at this. 3 pitchers ready to go. You saw that the Diamondbacks barely had 2 that were actual starting pitchers. All right, here's how you get in. Hit us with that all-time horror film. Today's National Horror Film Day at 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. You know, for years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Jeff. He says the benefits of Rescue Omegas are worth it. Helps reduce my inflation and lower my cholesterol. Been taking it for years. People like Jeff have trusted Rescue with their health goals. And now it's your turn. For a limited time, Use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or use the code online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Remember, use the code OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
Excuse me, sir. You dropped your wallet.
Sorry, what?
I said you dropped your wallet.
Come again?
I said you dropped your wallet.
What?
Loss of hearing can really cost you, unless you have hearing aids.
You dropped your wallet. Oh, thank you.
Bluebell Hearing Aid Center, where better hearing and better living begins. Providing hearing solutions that are more powerful, precise, and user-friendly than ever before. Schedule an appointment today at BluebellHearingAidCenter.com. BluebellHearingAidCenter.com.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Ignatius Church in Yardley, Saturday, November 4th, and at the Sellersville Theater on Saturday, November 18th.
Joe is awesome, wonderful, excellent.
Joe was awesome. Merrill Reese was really funny. I thought the Charles Barkley stuff that he did was funny.
I actually looked him up online. I was kind of scared.
That's Conklin's comedy show at St. Ignatius Church in Yardley, November 4th, and the Sellersville Theater on November 18th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the president and CEO of the leading analytics firm over Wall Street, Delbar Incorporated, Lou Harvey, who explains why Wall Street is not set up to have a fiduciary duty to the everyday investor.
Wall Street is not set up to handle a fiduciary relationship. Too expensive to replace all of my compensation systems, retrain all of my people. The whole structure that's been built over the last 100 years would have to be turned on end. I would have to be brutally negative. We have an industry that has been built on caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Hear this and more exclusive interviews with powerful industry leaders, esteemed economists, and top researchers at the Springfield Country Club, October 24th. Registration is required. Call Crash Proof Retirement, 800-722-9728.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Baked lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, percitelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento, for taste that sings. Cento, trust your family with our family.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com. Weather sponsored by Piazza. Get complimentary 2-year maintenance with the purchase of any new 2023 Acura, like the Integra, TLX, or MDX. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, broadcasting from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Good Monday, everyone. Great time in Philly sports. Yesterday, the Eagles. Saturday, the Phillies. Tonight, the Phillies. Who better to talk all this with than somebody who identifies as a fan now rather than just an analyst? The great Ray Didinger with us again on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ray, welcome in.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Well. So you wrote this column for WIP. Was this just a one-off, Ray, or are you writing a column now for Odyssey, I guess?
No, it was a one-off.
It was a one-off, okay.
Yeah, I was talking to Rod Lakin, who's the program director at WIP last week, and just casually mentioned as how many people were coming up to me now
on the street and on the park bench in Rittenhouse Square and all the places that retired people go, and coming up to me and saying, "Gee, are you sorry you're retired now? I mean, you retired last May, and ever since then, the Phillies have been in the World Series. They're going again this year, and the Eagles were in the Super Bowl, and they might go again this year. Are you sorry you're retired?" And the program director said, "Gee, that's an interesting idea. Would you write a column about that and we could put it on the website?" And I said, "Sure." So, I hadn't actually written a column in God knows how many years, but I sat down and I wrote that and it went up on the website last week. And it's amazing. I got a tremendous reaction to it, an awful lot of emails and an awful lot of people saying what you said. "Oh, does this mean you're making a comeback?" I said, "No." It just so happened that, these are extraordinary times in Philadelphia with all the sports teams, and this was a question I was being asked a lot, so I just thought I would answer it in print.
Well, you do, Ray, talk about what we've talked about, even with Angelo last week in his new book, the likability of this Phillies team. I had to go back to the Broad Street Bullies, of anything that's caught on with all this quirky stuff. Why so likable? What do you see about them that seems to, even Ray, don't boo Trey Turner, give him a standing ovation?
Right. I think that's what kind of sets this story apart from any of the others. You're right about the Broad Street Bullies. I mean, they were a unique phenomenon. The kind of team that they were, the makeup of the team, the style of play, the way that they won, and the fact that they really transformed Philadelphia as a sports town, because at that time when they came along, 73, 74, 75, things were really bleak around here. I mean, none of the teams were any good. And all of a sudden, here come the Broad Street Bullies that nobody saw coming. And, with that roll up your sleeves, punch you in the nose sort of style that they had, the city fell in love with them. And then they wound up winning back-to-back Stanley Cups. And, and they did then, and they will always, I think, hold a special place in the hearts of Philadelphia sports fans. But this bunch is unique, I think, in just in the likability factor and the way that they have, and the way they have embraced the city and the way the city has embraced them. I think that's the thing. And the Trey Turner story. The guy that comes in here, $300 million contract. He has that terrible first year. I mean, he's struggling like he's never struggled in his career. And, this town is supposedly the most hostile and angry sports town in America, does a complete 180. And all of a sudden, instead of booing the guy, they give him a standing ovation. And all of a sudden, he becomes an all-star again. And it's sort of, not just for Trey Turner, but I think it kind of galvanized the whole team and set them off on this run that now has them one win away from the World Series. Remarkable story, because not only is it great for the Phillies team, but I think it's great for the image of Philadelphia fans, because they've now gone from, being the boo birds and being the worst fans in sports, and now when you're on national TV, all people talk about is the Phillies' great home field advantage. So, they've rewritten that script too.
Which is one of the hardest to do. We know some of those, not like you, but lazy analysts or sports writers, they got to go back to Santa, Ray. They got to go back to something crazy here. Monday Night Football didn't do that. They didn't just do cheesesteaks. They freshened it up a bit. And that's all people are asking. I got to say, though, the announcers, if the play-by-play guy calls Francoeur Frenchie one more time, Ray, it's tough. It's tough. I don't think they're horrible, but there's something missing with most national broadcasters.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the problems in baseball, when your team, you get so used to your broadcasters. You get so used to Scott Fransky and Larry Anderson and Tom McCarthy, and they take you through the whole summer. They take you from spring training, really, all through the summer. That's the voice you have in your car radio for months at a time. And then if they do get to the postseason, you lose them. All of a sudden now the telecasts are being done by guys who are strangers, and it always bothered me. When the Phillies, when they had the really good teams of the late 70s and the early 80s, you were so identified with Harry Kalas and Rich Ashburn, that when the team got to the postseason and they weren't calling the games, it just didn't feel right. And we're kind of there again.
Yeah, I think that Fransky and Larry Anderson are almost, because I don't think anybody could be Richie Ashburn and Harry Callis, but I think their chemistry is almost there. That's how close it is.
I agree. I think they're great. And they were stepping into a really tough booth because, I mean, Harry and Rich were, I mean, they were great at what they did. I mean, they're absolutely the best at what they did. But beyond that, I mean, they were just so beloved in Philadelphia. I mean, you know, Richie's got his, I mean, they both got statues.
Yeah, exactly.
For God's sakes. I mean, Richie's got his statue out in Ashburn Alley, and Harry's got his statue. I mean, that's, they're both, and I don't know where else that exists. I guess Harry Carey has one. But I mean, that's how beloved they were in Philadelphia, that they built statues for them. And so I always thought, boy, I pity the poor guys that are going to have to come along and follow this act. But the fact is that Fransky and LA have, I mean, they're really good, and the people in the city, you know, they appreciate the fact that they're lucky to have two guys who are that good at what they do.
Without a doubt. And Ray, let's pivot to the Eagles a bit. I would say the Phillies are so hot. They're almost rivaling a team that might be the best in the NFL and was in the Super Bowl last year as far as attention, however brief, and that takes some doing. But what did you see last night?
A great performance by the defense. A great performance by the defense. That was, you know, that Miami team. I mean, they came in here and they were the number one team, the number one offensive team in football. I mean, they were number one running the ball. They were number one passing the ball. They were number one overall. They were averaging 500 yards a game when they came in here. And I really, when I was watching the film, when I was studying the film before the game, just trying to get a handle on who they were, I was just amazed at the team speed that they had. I mean, that's the fastest team I've ever seen, Dom. That's the fastest team I've ever seen. I've never seen an offensive team in the NFL that has that much speed. I mean, the Dick Vermeil Rams, the team that won the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner and Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce. And I mean, that was a really fast team. I mean, you know, the greatest show on turf, they called them. But even they weren't as fast as these guys. And the Eagles just shut them down. I mean, they really did. They started off by just totally shutting down the run. And the fact that the front seven was able to totally shut down Miami's running attack allowed the secondary to play deep. You know, they didn't have to come up and worry about the run. They could play deep, and that minimized the speed factor. And, you know, they held a Dolphins team that came in here averaging 500 yards in offense a game to 244. I mean, They cut it in half.
Yeah.
And just one offensive touchdown. And I didn't know that any defense was going to be able to do that, but the Eagles did it last night.
Are you in the camp that Jalen Hurts, people saying he's still great, but there was something a little bit amiss? And now on WIP, it's like the waiting for somebody to say we're at war or something with the injury report on Jalen Hurts today, since there were indications last night at a halftime of a knee or something.
Right. Yeah. He played the second half of the game with his knee in a brace. That they had to treat it and wrap it at halftime. And there apparently was some question as to whether he was going to be able to start the second half because Marcus Mariota was actually warming up on the sideline.
Oh, goodness.
But all the other guys had come out, and he had not come out. And then he comes out the tunnel, and then he starts the second half and plays, and you know, you win the game. But yeah, I mean, and a couple of the players, I mean, A.J. Brown sort of mentioned it. Jason Kelsey sort of mentioned it. Nick Sirianni sort of mentioned it. That in the terms of, well, he was playing through something, and no one wanted to be too specific about what the injury was or how bad it was. And of course, Hurts himself just kind of shrugged it off and said, you know, I'll be okay. But it's a concern. I mean, it's a concern. I mean, it's, you know, to this point, I mean, he's been up and down, and he's played well enough to get you to 6-1 right now, you know, but he hasn't played as well as he did last year. And he's turned the ball over 10 times between interceptions and fumbles, and that's more than he did all last season. So there's obviously something going on there. And the question is, you know, what is it? How bad is it? You know, and how much is it going to hamper him moving forward? Now, they got one game this week against Washington, and then they get the bye.
Good.
So then you get a week off. So if he can get through the Washington game and get a week's rest, that would probably help. But you have that really, really tough schedule looming on the other side of the bye, where you're going to have to play the Chiefs, you're going to have to play the Bills, the 49ers, the Cowboys twice, and Seattle. I mean, you're going to have basically a run of 5 straight weeks playing playoff teams, and that's going to be really rough. So you need him as close to 100% as he can be.
What's up for you, Ray? What are you doing next?
Glenn Macnow and I are doing a sports movie night at the Players Club of Swarthmore on November the 7th. It's something that we've, years ago, I guess about 10 years ago now, Glenn and I did a book we collaborated on called The Ultimate Book of Sports Movies, where we talked about sports movies, and we picked what we felt were the 100 greatest sports movies of all time. And the book did really well. People really liked it, and we got a lot of mileage out of it on the radio. And we started doing these shows where we would go around and we would show film clips from great sports movies and classic scenes from sports movies, and we would talk about the movie, would talk about the scene, and tell little anecdotes about the making of the movies and stuff, and people really liked it. So we started doing it, and we've done a few more of them, and we're doing one at the Players Club of Swarthmore on November the 7th, Tuesday, November the 7th. So we're looking forward to doing it. It's always fun to get back together with Glenn, and it's always fun to talk about sports movies. I mean, who doesn't love talking about Rocky? I mean, for heaven's sake.
I had Glenn on, and I forget which one you guys said was the number one. It's got to be Rocky. I think it's Glenn. And he's won me over on this. Rudy is a deficient film. I'm not a Rudy fan. How about you?
Oh, no. Oh, you put your finger on the one that we disagreed on.
Okay.
When we did the book, I mean, there were literally hundreds of sports movies that we watched and that we discussed. And there was only one that we were completely opposite on. And, you're right. I mean, he thinks Rudy is terrible. He thinks it's manipulative. He thinks it's sappy, and I thought it was really good. So, I mean, that was the one that we totally disagreed on. Now, I convinced him that it should be in the top 100, but we wound up having to put it somewhere in the middle. So it was somewhere in the 50s, I think. But I still contend that I still contend it's a good movie. I really do, and I will admit to a certain partiality. I'm a Notre Dame fan, and my wife.
I know it. But Glenn goes off on that, and I admire. What was the number one sports movie according to Glenn and Ray?
It was Rocky.
Okay, well it was
Rocky. It was Rocky. We had 3 that we put at the top. We had Rocky number 1, we had Hoosiers number 2, and we had Raging Bull number 3. We thought those were the 3 best. And I think you could shuffle them and put them in almost any order, and nobody would say you're wrong. I mean, I think they're all really, really good. But, for the purposes of the book, we had to do 1, 2, 3. And, we talked about it a lot, but we just thought that, Rocky, that underdog story, no one ever told it better. And, I mean, I drive by the art museum all the time, and there's always a line of people waiting to get their picture taken with the statue, or they're lined up to run the steps. And you're talking, that's 50 years ago, and it still has that kind of impact. I think that says a lot.
Ray, have a great time with Glenn. Where did we get tickets? November 7th, you said, out there in Swarthmore. Where do we go for tickets?
Check the Players Club in Swarthmore and see if there are any seats available. I know it was close to selling out, but if people want to check, maybe they can get a seat or so and still squeeze in the auditorium. I think it'll really be a fun evening.
Good stuff. We need more of those nights, Glenn. Thank you. Glad to Ray, thank you. And glad to agree with Glenn on Rudy, though. To be continued.
We can discuss that more at another time.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Thanks very much.
All right, Tom. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Rudy, I've been convinced. Maybe not in the top 100. All right, coming up, your calls. We got today, National Horror Film Day. Hit us with that all-time horror film, 855-839-1210. If you've been thinking of selling your home, my great friend Diane Cardano has some information that could change your home selling game. An important factor shaping today's market is the number of homes for sale inventory is low. But news you won't hear from mainstream media is that new listings are actually trending up. In this fall market, when things usually slow down, more homes are popping up on the market. That's why you want to call Diane Cardano at 215-576-8666. If you're waiting for common sense and government policies to sell your home, this is your wake-up call. Even with this uptick, the market is still starving for inventory. List now and beat your neighbor to the punch. Diane wants to help you get ahead of this trend and put more money into your pocket when you sell. Explore the benefits of making that move now before everyone else jumps in. Just call Diane. Talk it out with her at 215-576-8666 or online 215-576-8666.com.
Friday night means high school football around the Delaware Valley, and every week WPHT breaks it all down. It's the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Jeff Nolan, Daryl Dobis, and James Bailey. Friday nights 10 till midnight for a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Aid deliveries for Palestinian civilians have reportedly reached Gaza as the war enters day 16. The total death toll is over 6,000. The Eagles improved to 6-1 after beating the Dolphins last night 31-17. And the Phillies can clinch the pennant tonight at CBP. Aaron Nola toes the rubber at 5:07.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
It was a wonderful night at the lake for more reasons than the return to Kelly Green. The Eagles beat the Miami Dolphins 31-17. Like the Eagles, the Dolphins entered the game 5-1, but the Birds held them to their lowest point total of the season. Great win for the Eagles, who next meet the Commanders in Landover, Maryland next Sunday at 1 o'clock. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. The 2-minute warning, the caution flag, the 4. PNC Bank believes in the power of a helpful watch out. That's why they created low cash mode, the new financial watch out that gives you multiple options and at least 24 hours of extra time to help avoid overdraft fees. Low cash mode on virtual wallet from PNC Bank, available in all virtual wallet products. To learn more, visit pnc.com/low cash mode. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Dom Giordano's show. Dan will be with us from the stadium. DiRenzo and Dan coming up with updates. Tonight could be an unbelievable night. Philly Crime Update, in fact, has an interesting poll up. Grease the polls. I haven't seen massive greasing going on unless I missed it. I know over the weekend they had some removal of stuff in the usual areas. Yeah, they ought to grease the polls. I mean, it's an idiotic thing. And again, yeah, winning the pennant would be tremendous, without a doubt. But it's a World Series. It's actually winning that and all that goes with it. Grease the polls. Or do you kind of like the spectacle of these idiots who sometimes get injured and then apparently sue people? So the poll greasing and whatever they're using doesn't seem to be quite that effective. Somehow or another, enough fans, particularly I think Eagles fans, figured out how to get up there around Broad and Walnut, Broad and Chestnut. You see a lot of it tonight. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Let's go to Mike in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mike. Afternoon. What do you have today?
Hey, Dom. Dan, how you doing?
Good.
I got Duel from 1971. Dennis Weaver, in light of all our tanker accident, fires. That was pretty scary for an 11-year-old back then, you know.
Tell me a little bit more about it. I haven't seen Duel. Maybe Dan, tell me a little bit more about it.
Yeah, it's Dennis Weaver in a Slant 6 Plymouth Valiant or something. He's getting chased all over the desert by this guy in a tractor trailer tanker, and he's on him all the time. I mean, he can't get away from this guy forever till the end, you know. And Dennis Weaver just leaves his car on the end of a cliff, and the guy goes to kill him, and the guy drives over the cliff with the tanker. But yeah, it was pretty scary for a little guy back then. It was Steven Spielberg's first movie. So.
All right. Well, I put you down for that, Mike. Thank you. Duel. All right. I don't have that much experience with it. I'm going to have to think about that one. That's a side question today. Dave Chappelle. Now, only the Wall Street Journal reporting this. And Chappelle, after his act in Boston, or somewhat toward the end, I think it was Thursday or Friday night, Chappelle went off saying that, yes, what Hamas did was wrong, but you have to look at the context of Israel and everything related to it. My goodness. And then he particularly criticized those who were not going to hire people who signed off on all those petitions like Harvard, LaSalle, et cetera. Cancel culture. Look, that's his shtick. That's something he's good at talking about, and he's correct many times. We've differentiated this. If you sign off on something like that, you're signing off supportive of Nazis and worse. The savagery of those attacks, the just sheer brutality of it is beyond belief. Innocent people, the hang gliders, these crazies who don't want peace, they want to get off on death and violence. Nope, it's not cancel culture to say, I'm not hiring somebody. Now, you know, if people want a second chance and say, look, I didn't understand this, I made a mistake, of course, I renounce that. I don't sign off on that. Okay. But if you stick to that, you sign off on all those petitions we saw immediately after that attack, then I'm not hiring you. I have every right to say, I don't want you. Plus, I think we have every right as taxpayers to say to these schools that get subsidized. I mean, University of Pennsylvania, I saw one report over the weekend, gets about $800 million a year in government research. Now, not that the federal government's going to stop that. Penn State, Riley Gaines, LaSalle, my alma mater, donors saying they're not going to pay. No, we have a right to express ourselves, and we're saying to these colleges, we see exactly what you're up to. We've seen your statements. We've seen no criticism of these groups and these demonstrators on your campuses. You want to take that tactic to appease them, the so-called Palestinian side? We're not going to continue to fund you at the rate you've been getting. I would cut them off as much as I possibly could until they're teaching somewhat the truth. The truth is obvious in this attack with Hamas. The truth is obvious about what Hamas is about. If you can't state that, then what use do you have academically? Why would you trust these institutions with anything? All right, coming up, the dad and his attorney who are suing Cherry Hill schools around this issue of hiding pronoun changes. You know, when a kid wants a different pronoun at school from the parents and parental rights in general. They're next. This is a big lawsuit. We're glad to have them here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210.
Miller Lite has high hopes for the Phillies this season, so catch every game at Oscar's Tavern on Sansom Street with a $3 Miller Lite pint special. Oscar's is a legendary Philly watering hole with classic pub grub like the Italian sausage sandwich with sweet peppers and melted cheese, or shrimp and fries in a basket. Indulge in the red booths, wood panel walls, and classic jukebox. Enjoy every Phil's game at Oscar's on Sansom. Oscar's Tavern, a proud partner of WIP's High Hopes Pod with James Seltzer and Jack Fritz. It's Miller time, Phillies fans. Celebrate responsibly.
There are no fans like Philly fans, no teams like our Fightins in Red October, and no better food to serve your family than Hatfield. Bring flavor to the table with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite, Hatfield Philly Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. At home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retailers near you.
Hi, this is Norman the Floorman. My wife and I were walking past this swanky restaurant. Did you smell that food, she said? It's smells absolutely incredible. Being a kind-hearted guy, I said, what the heck? I'll treat her. So we walked past again. Calling all developers, investors, house flippers, and savvy shoppers. I'm selling plush carpet at 99 cents per square foot. I haven't sold carpet that cheap since 1969. And oh yes, 48-hour installation available. That's 800-220-RUGS.
We know you're excited because Eagles football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Hear Marks and Reese break down the offense, or listen to Nick Sirianni's interview with the 94 WIP Morning Show.
Yeah, I've been in a game where we scored a touchdown, and I'm fist pumping with the fans. I don't think I've done that since I played college football.
Stay close to the Eagles wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. It's engagement season, and let me tell you about a very special event coming up October 26th, 27th, and 28th. It's the Family and Company Jewelers Verragio Bridal Show. For 3 days only, they're bringing in all new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of your gal's dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th, 27th, and 28th for the Verragio Bridal Sale, only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. How often have we talked about this over the last year and a half, the broader issue of parental rights? But one of the key subtexts of that is the idea that schools are going to let kids live dual identities, even though in loco parentis, that theory doesn't trump the parents' right to know. This is something serious. The kid wants to be called a different pronoun at school. Yeah, to the average person hearing this, they're like, what? And the parents is not going to be involved? Well, our guest, Rick Short Jr., and his attorney, Thomas Davola, have filed a federal lawsuit against Cherry Hill School District over this pronoun policy. But I think it's also the broader issue of parental rights on just about anything involving their child versus hiding that from the parents. I mean, what is the argument other than they seem to have the infrastructure in New Jersey that allows them to get away with this? So this is big. It's not just Cherry Hill, it's statewide. Let's go to Rick and Thomas Davola, his attorney on Talk Radio 1210. Guys, welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having us, Dom.
Thank you for having us.
Let me talk with the attorney first here, Dad, Rick Short. Let's talk with Thomas. Thomas, what is it that the school district is, excuse me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Thomas, what is it that the school district in general has as a policy as kind of a defense or rationale? Phil Murphy once said in an interview, something about protecting, and he never, he just screamed it out, and that was it, the civil rights of the kid. Is that their defense?
Right. So they're framing it as an issue of danger of outing the students to the parents, i.e. that it would negatively impact their health or mental health by revealing to the parents. But the policy fundamentally inverts the constitutional standard by presuming that the parents are unfit to parent their kids, which, again, is contrary to what the 14th Amendment provides, that there's a rebuttable presumption that parents are fit to parent their kids. And in fact, when you remove parents from the equation and you facilitate these double lives of secrecy, which is what the policy does, that leads to poor psychological outcomes. And this has been affirmed by psychiatric experts in the field, such as from Dr. Stephen Levine, who is an expert in our case.
So is this a policy that was public, or is it just in some of these school districts internal until someone finds out?
So these policies, this policy is derived from the New Jersey guidance, the Department of Ed's guidance, which was issued in 2018 following the passage and enactment of a statute. And numerous school districts, over 500 school districts, adopted this policy. Some of them have abolished the policy over the past few weeks, but Cherry Hill still maintains it. So many parents may not even be aware that this policy exists, but the boards of education were responsible for adopting these policies. And in this instance, Cherry Hill adopted this policy in 2019.
Rick Short, the dad. So, Rick, what was your concern here? Is there some provoking incident that you found out, or was this a general feeling that flips things on the head to have schools hiding anything from the parents? This kind of conspiracy is just out of bounds. What happened? Why did you do this?
Dom, Dom, you're never 100%, right? So my son is a freshman. He goes into Cherry Hill West. He's having conversations with his counselor, and I'm 99% sure that I'm 99% sure that I know my son, and so does the counselor have does the school counselor have the right to make medical decisions or change names or do whatever? I don't think they do. I mean, they've only known my son for a week. And I've known my son for 14 years. So, I mean, that's the gist of it, that, you had to have the schools share information with a parent. It's just absurd.
So did this actually happen with your son, Rick, or you're doing this?
No.
You're doing this in a broader context.
Yeah, I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm doing this in a broader sense. I mean, there's other crazy things going on in Cherry Hill schools. Like, they're reading Dr. Seuss books, and they're talking about the monkeys, the cartoon monkeys in it, that they're racist. It's just there's some stuff going on in Cherry Hill schools that is not good, and it's all ideologies, and I don't trust the schools.
All right, let's Thomas. So federal court. Why that level? Why not at the state level? Why did you go to the federal level?
Right. So we filed the suit in the Federal District Court of New Jersey because of the fact that the 14th Amendment right is at stake here, namely a fundamental right that has been long enshrined by the Constitution as highly regarded and protected, a parents' right to direct their children's medical decisions, which in this case, we're talking about when a student expresses a desire to change their gender identity, which is fundamentally a psychotherapeutic intervention, as experts have said. So this issue is squarely within the purview of parents and should be controlled by parental authority. And we're not seeking to exclude schools from the conversation. There should be a bilateral stream of communication, but parents need to know, they need to have notification of what's happening, and their consent needs to be obtained before their kid changes or expresses a desire to change their gender identity.
So you're in discovery mode now, I would assume, around this. You've discovered some things about this policy. We've spoken to people in the Pennsylvania suburbs where their suit or their pushback, Thomas, was that the school district went so far as to white out the name on test papers coming home, things of that nature, because of what the kid had put on that he wants in schools. So how far does this go with the policy? We know what they're saying, that if the kid wants it here, we will not tell the parents. Do they do anything else to keep it secret? How does it remain an open secret in the school when the parents don't know?
Well, basically, the policy itself delineates that at the school counselors, the school personnel or principals are directed to have these confidential conversations with the students about their gender identity preferences, their name, their pronoun preferences, and at their request, those changes will be made in all the school records, the files, etc., so that teachers and other individuals will then begin calling the student his or her preferred name or pronoun. And this information is then kept confidential from parents, and schools have no affirmative duty to report these changes back to the parents. So a gender identity change could occur, and this could continue for months or years without knowledge on the parents' end of their child's change in gender identity.
Rick, your kids, I think you have several, or at least one you told us about in the Cherry Hill Public Schools. How do they feel about this? You mentioned the guidance counselor situation. What did they tell you about it?
Well, the first day of school, my son came. This is first day of ELA, English Language Arts, and he's like, "Dad, they made me to say my pronouns. I didn't want to do it." And I'm just like shaking my head. I cannot believe it. And they hit it, they're hit it. So I don't know where that record went. This was an English class. You had to tell me your pronouns. And, he didn't want to do it. So.
Yeah, at least, Rick, you think the policy ought to be, look, if you want to change your pronouns from your biological sex at birth and you want to do that, all right, that's another issue we're facing here without parental knowledge. But to make everybody have to go through the that's why I was asking you it. There's a resentment I have hearing that I got to go through something here that, if I don't want to do it, there's some penalty that it appears to be here.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, you have to listen to what your teacher tells you what to do, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
The teacher says, I want your pronouns, everybody, and everybody had to give their pronouns, and it goes into some database, and I know the New Jersey DOE saves their data for 100 years. So who gets to say it? We don't. Exactly. We don't know.
Well, I'm asking you questions like this because I'm trying to illustrate, and you guys know this. You're actually doing it. This is much broader than just the one issue of what they were doing here in one school district. This federal suit can expose the infrastructure, the industrial complex. Once you go down this path, attorney, then you have to do all these other things. Teachers, for example, who may object to calling someone that's not their biological sex, they would get into trouble, I guess, if they don't ask and then have to go down that path.
That is correct. The guidance and as through adopted by the policy, once the gender identity changes have occurred, the teachers and other school personnel are then directed to call the student by their preferred name / pronoun. So teachers and other personnel would be compelled to comply with those changes per this policy and the New Jersey guidance. So this is exactly what this part of what the suit challenges is the lack of consent notification to the parents, that the parents need to be involved in the matter.
Well, without a doubt.
Dom,
yes.
Dom, don't forget, it's also the school board members too. I mean, the right people to pick is Jen, Nick, and Jack in Cherry Hill, and then to go to NewJerseyProject.org. They're the right parent plus people. They care about parents' rights, those candidates and people on those websites.
Well, so they did this at a school board meeting, Thomas? Is that where it was passed, or is this more informal of what the execution of all this?
Yes, the policy 5756 was adopted and formalized at a school board meeting in 2019 in Cherry Hill. And this policy 5756, the language of it is directly derived from the New Jersey guidance, which is the model policy that the commissioner of the Department of Education was directed to create back in 2018 following the signing of a statute. So these policies that the schools have implemented are ultimately derived from the DOE, which is why they're named as a defendant in my suit.
And the DOE, Department of Education, is not mandating this. It's suggested.
It is technically speaking non-binding guidance. However, most schools adopted it thinking it was mandatory following its issuance. And although some have recently abolished it, many schools still have it in place. And again, its contents are unconstitutional given the fact that it compels schools to conceal this information from the parents.
Absolutely. Well, please keep us in the loop as this develops. I know it takes a while for the lawsuit. We'd be happy to have you back. And Rick, thank you for doing this. I think it's long overdue, and it may have repercussions well beyond your own child and the school district. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dom.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much.
Rick Short and Thomas Stafoa here on Talk Radio 1210. Love to get your reaction to that right here in our backyard. And it goes well beyond just Cherry Hill. It's not just about Cherry Hill and what they're doing there. That's why I asked the attorney about the fact that this is not mandatory. That's the vibe they gave to school districts, and school districts were hiding behind initially, and now a lot of them, due to added scrutiny post-COVID and during COVID, are rescinding them. I think it could have reached double figures. So why are they doing this? Because they believe in it. Because New Jersey has a state that has enough activists and enough people in charge, Phil Murphy and the Department of Education and all that. But here's the thing. When people hear this, actual voters that may be independent or slightly Democrat, wait a minute. The kid is going to lead two lives, and I don't know about it. They're going to do this at school. They may be as young as 7, 8, 9 years of age, we've heard, and I don't know about it as a parent. No, who's doing that? Well, progressive/Democrats are the ones that are doing that. School boards that are filled up with them. Department of Education, the king of pompadours, Phil Murphy, the Attorney General. They're doing it. And what's their defense? Sometimes they blurt out, what about the civil rights of the kid? And the attorney's right. They sort of imply, well, what about violent parents? What about the difficulty the kid may be facing? This is the issue, both in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, nationally, that Republicans and others have to talk about more. It's a perfect example. It's going on right here in our backyard. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
That is right. Today we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to tour the Battleship New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey. For more information, visit battleshipnewjersey.org. And Dan is at the ballpark, and he's got a side question related to today's festivities. Dan, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom, you got me. Can you hear me?
Yes,
First
we can.
off.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Sounds great. So, Dom, today we are live down on the Citizens Bank Way, as we are for every Phillies home playoff game. And already a crowd developing. People are as excited as ever to hopefully end this series tonight. That would be a fantastic thing. But, Dom, as you said, our Money Melody today is related to this little theme throughout the show. And I thought I might take a Philadelphia Phillies walk-up song from history and see if our listeners can tell us who that is. And I'm going to give you a clue here. This guy that we're doing today, I think his love in Philadelphia might rival this team that we're seeing here in 2023. He's a very much beloved individual in Philadelphia. So, Dom, all we want to know from the listener today is who is the Philadelphia Philly that used this song as their walk-up song? Here is today's clue, Dom. Take a listen.
All right. Do we have the song? All right.
No, wait, here we go. Sorry about that. Here you go. Let me fix that. There you go.
Buffalo soldier, tread like a Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier.
So we're looking for the Philadelphia Philly today, Dom, that used that song as his walk-up, a very beloved Philadelphia Philly.
Let's hear a little bit of it one more time.
Buffalo soldier, tread like a Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier.
All right, hit us with that, and you are off to the Battleship New Jersey, and you get the gold star for being the winner today. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210. Whose walk-up song was that former Philadelphia Philly? All right, one who would be as popular as almost any player on this team. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We got the Phillies on tonight, and we're going to win it.
Brian, appreciate you playing.
We asked for some good reaction. We get it.
I know.
I like it.
By the way, fever pitch.
It's all about the Red Sox fandom. Who cares?
I know. And also the Sweet Caroline song at the baseball game, little overrated in my opinion. I would say what the Phillies do with Dancing on Our Own, much better.
Well, you sound like a homer now there, buddy.
Well, I am. There's no doubt about it. And I hate the Red Sox.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna and METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy today at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. Call 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at METC.com. Call METC's tutoring studio today at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200. That's 215-493-4200.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. As autumn temperatures get cooler, here are some simple things you can do to help out the environment. Remove any window air conditioners. Check window and door seals for proper insulation to keep heat in and cold air out. And replace the air filter in your furnace to keep it running at peak efficiency all winter long. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's right. Every day at about 2:13, Dan comes up with a cover or other angle to what we're talking about, and you have a chance at a great prize and a lot of fun with it. Today, we're looking for this former Philly. Who is it that had this walk-up song? Let's hear the song a little bit again.
Buffalo soldier, dread like a Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier.
All right, let's go to Dennis in Mayfair on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Dennis, whose walk-up song is that?
Was that the great Phillies catcher Carlos Ruiz, Chooch?
No, I was going to do Chooch today because he's a very beloved Philadelphia Philly, but it's not Chooch. No.
He was a very beloved Philly, to put it mildly. Paul in Wilmington. All right, Paul, who's that former Philly? Paul, are you there? All right, let's try Frank in the Northeast. Frank on Talk Radio 1210. Frank, who's that former Philly?
Is it right fielder Shake and Bake McBride?
No, I don't remember.
No.
I don't know if they did walk-up songs.
Very close, though, with that answer. I got to give him some kind of credit there.
If they did. I don't think they did walk-up songs in the 70s. I don't know when it came in, but I don't remember.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's more of an 80s plus. Let's go to Jim in Northeast. Jim, who's that Philly?
Would it be Shane Victorino?
Yes,
hey!
The Flying Hawaiian, who I guess greatest moment in playoff history was against Milwaukee.
A little bit of a trick question there, because you would expect the Flying Hawaiian to have, Hawaiian music or something.
Yes,
but no,
exactly.
some reggae from Jamaica, some Bob Marley there, Buffalo Soldier. But yes, the great Flying Hawaiian, Shane Victorino. And Dom, I think he would fit in well with this team the way he treated fans,
Definitely. I met him once, or we had him on once. He was very, very fan-friendly, without a doubt.
A little bit of history while we're here from Citizens Bank Live. Don't mean to cut you out, but I just looked this up, Dom. On the fingertips of an organ player, Nancy Faust, the club organist, played Chicago White Sox 1970. She started that tradition by playing each player's home state, their song for their home state whenever they walked up to the plate. So 1970 was the start of that tradition for walk-up songs.
Wow, so we would have never had organs like that at stadiums if it wasn't for that's crazy.
Yeah, but when did they start choosing their walk-up song? That's what I was asking. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing they played it from the state and all that, but it seemed to be later on, and they were not. I remember Utley Howard's Rollins doing it. That's fairly recent vintage. They weren't a big deal that you had that sort of attention that we have now. So, okay, good winner today. Good song. We'll do it again tomorrow. Anything special to report from the ballpark?
No, Tom, just a lot of great camaraderie as we see here every time we come down. If you're unaware, if you're driving around or if you're heading down to the ballpark, head down a little bit early. Come join me and Anthony. Dom's producer, that's who I am. Anthony's with Dawn and Nick, and we do a podcast called The Other Side. And we're sitting here right on Radio Row on Citizens Bank Way, and there's a Ferris wheel for the kids, a jump house. You can get some merch here, have some drinks, and watch a live band. And come see us. You can hop on the stream with us maybe. So, Dom, I implore the listeners, head down Citizens Bank Way. That's where we're at. And come say hi just ahead of this great Game 5 matchup between the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. And, Dom, you at all concerned for tonight?
Yeah. I mean, I think Phillies advantage, but baseball is such a random thing. If this were a football game, no. But baseball, one-off game of inches and all that stuff. But by and large, they have a huge advantage. I think this guy pitched pretty well, the guy that's pitching for the Diamondbacks tonight against the Phillies the last time. I think he's better than the guy that pitched the other night. And I'm still not in the camp of Aaron Nola overall as all that.
Why? Oh my goodness. We disagree every time.
Yeah.
He has absolutely performed all. I mean, this postseason, our starting pitching, we're not talking about enough. It is very, very, very good.
It's been amazing.
I think Nola's going to come out here and prove everyone wrong again. Nick Cale even said, "Oh well, this might be his last game." He said that like last round.
Dom, what kind of performance does Aaron Nola have to put up tonight for you to be convinced that we should re-sign him in the offseason?
Well, I'm convinced they should re-sign him now, but I don't know how much money he deserves, though.
Yeah.
I'm only saying they should sign him because the alternatives out there are bad. He's a proven quantity of sorts. So, yeah, if he pitches 7 innings tonight, 2 runs or fewer, that would be excellent.
I think either way, no matter what happens the rest of this postseason, you pay him, you keep him. This team's special. He's clearly a good starter. If Wheeler around him has helped him, you got to do it. Middleton keeps paying people, so let's hope he keeps doing it.
All right, we'll get more from the ballpark with you guys coming up, and then with Rich from 3 until 7. Then you guys are on at 7 o'clock for a bit, too, to tell us what's happening.
Yes, we will be down. We'll be here all night, Citizens Bank Way, as we lead into the baseball game here against the Diamondbacks, Dom. And I cannot wait. It's going to be a freaking awesome time. Thank you, Dom.
All right, Dom and Dan and DiRenzo and Dan down there at the ballpark.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here.
All right, DiRenzo and Dan. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Now, the police in Detroit, no surprise, about that stabbing of a woman who was a force in her local synagogue and beyond, who was Jewish. They believe not motivated by anti-Semitism. All right, stabbed right in front of her house, etc. I wasn't expecting anything less from that outfit. If it had been on the other side, I think we would see immediately that hatred, anti-something, Islamophobia was involved. We'll see how that plays out. By the way, Joe Biden, I think he came back at about 11 o'clock this morning or so to the White House from Rehoboth Beach. The look of this guy at the beach as the world is in turmoil, set off by his own weaknesses. Joe Biden, the Daily Mail has great piece on this, paid nearly $2.75 million cash for Rehoboth Beach House within weeks of Hunter Biden sending that text letter to the Chinese business partner demanding to close a $10 million deal. All right, I guess you can pay in cash, but that's pretty good. Plunk it down right here. $2.75 million in cash for the Rehoboth Beach, his summer home in Delaware, where he's decamped dozens of times during his 1,000 days as commander-in-chief. All right, in cash. Kind of interesting, isn't it? What did this guy do? Now, at Penn, they paid him hugely for nothing else other than showing up, allegedly, occasionally as some kind of professor, et cetera there. But $2.75 million in cash for the mansion immediately or in the wake of Hunter Biden coming up with this threat to the Chinese. Wow. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Tomorrow we'll have another Dom's Money Melody. But the side question today's National Horror Film Day. Hit me with the film and tell me why. What is it about that? A lot of people that have had good ones, they have been psychological horror. By the way, Bud Light has been caught Anheuser-Busch has been caught showering distributors with $150 million in incentive payments to repeatedly keep Bud Light on the shelves. Okay? Think about that. Immediately to keep Bud Light on the shelves. It's that desperate because if they keep it on the shelves now, the idea is it'll be there throughout the coming year. Now is apparently a decision time. How much incentive could you have? People are not going to give up on this one. They see that it's effective. They see that Anheuser-Busch just couldn't apologize for it effectively. And they're going to continue. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you? Thank you so much. Real quick, the actor who played Father Damien in The Exorcist was also the same gentleman who played Ara Parseghian in Rudy. His name is Jason Miller. I don't know if you knew that, but
they really changed him a lot. Yeah, because I'm a big fan of Jason Miller. Yeah, I can see it now that he played Parseghian.
Yes.
What a difference. No, that guy, the intensity in The Exorcist is like none I've ever seen. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. You know what, though, Dom? My horror movie, this movie actually came out before The Exorcist. However, it had the same theme, like where a demon takes over another body. This movie was Rosemary's Baby. It kept you on the edge of your seat.
Rosemary's Baby, particularly the husband. What a rat, right?
John Cassavetes.
Yes. I'm not a fan of Mia Farrow. I never assumed how she was seen as attractive, but she was very good in Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, he certainly was. He was also in The Dirty Dozen. He's one of them character guys in a lot of movies.
Good one, Drew. Rosemary's Baby is a very good one. That's what we're looking for. It is with that all-time horror film, and we'll put your name in the hat for Friday here on Talk Radio 1210. The police believe the killing of the synagogue leader not motivated by anti-Semitism. All right, then. We'll see. We'll see what evidence they present, the path they're going down. We'll see if various organizations call them out a bit more on this.
We're going to go live during the break.
They claim they're trying to be transparent with the community as far as
I'm talking to Anthony, sorry.
I guess they think it was a simple.
So while you're in break, me and Anthony go live.
All right. We'll see. We'll see how this holds up. 855-839-1210. You'll get on board. So jump in and hit us with that. Coming up, the story of the day in some regard. I'm fascinated since New Jersey has legalized marijuana. Jersey City is in a fight. Headline, Wall Street Journal, New Jersey's fight for police potheads. In other words, Jersey City filed a federal case against the state saying that, nope, you can't be smoking marijuana off duty and be a cop and have the use of deadly force. I'm more on the other side. It's legal. New Jersey wanted it. This is one of those things that was going to come up. So should a cop not be able to smoke marijuana in the state? Their argument, well, federal law says you can. 855-839-1210. You get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Mostly clear skies for this evening and light winds, temperatures in the 50s. They will be cooling down tonight. In fact, they'll get cold. Across the suburbs, you could see temperatures in the 30s. Overnight low in Philly expected to be 44 degrees under those clear skies. So calm winds That makes for the potential of some morning frost, especially into the suburbs for your Tuesday morning. Otherwise, Tuesday afternoon, mostly sunny with a high of 67. I'm NBC 10 First Alert meteorologist Michelle Rotella.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that in Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829.
This is me.
That's
That's me.
Can't wait to see you this Thursday.
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma.
Dom acting like Stephen A.
Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful.
Do you want to come on real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Such as the top regulator over Wall Street, the inspector.
And welcome into Otherside. Sorry for some technical difficulties there for a second. I think I got Dom muted. I think we sound okay. I don't know. Let me know in the comments because this is as you know, it's kind of a go as you go kind of thing. But we are live, Citizens Bank Way. Dom Giordano will be popping up in the box here back when he's live again. Got a great guest coming up here. But Anthony, what are you looking forward to most about this game tonight?
I really just want Aaron Nola to prove all the fans like Dom wrong. That's essentially where I'm at right now with it because I just don't even understand why we make this a question anymore. He's consistently performed. He's looked as good as any pitcher could in these big moments. Has he messed up at times? Has he not been perfect? Absolutely not. But, I mean, to your point, you sent me a Reddit post of some of the Phillies fans going off, and they're saying, what was his ceiling, a 3? Like, my God, he's far exceeded being a 3. I mean, he was a 1 for a bit. Obviously, Wheeler looked a bit more solid than him this year, but I think at the same time, they're kind of feeding off each other. And, you know, Aaron Nola has been a great guy for this team.
It's funny you say that. I never expected Nola to become the ace that he has, but I think it's very okay to say that Aaron Nola should be labeled a, quote, ace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, obviously Wheeler's the ace, but if Nola goes to another team, he can be the number 1 pitcher.
Exactly. And that's, I think we don't necessarily see that because the Phillies starting pitchers are better than, you know, I mean, they're better than a lot of other teams. So Aaron could go somewhere, get a huge deal, just kind of coast and not necessarily have, you know, the rabid environment that we have here. But either way, I think the Phillies are this guy's homegrown. They still love him. I mean, he's playing his best baseball of his entire career. Getting rid of him now, I think, would be a mistake. I just think, obviously, the team, I think, has learned from what happened from 2008 till 2012. But, you know, signing Aaron Nola at this point, it's not like you're holding on to a geezer. Like I just said, I think this is the best he's ever looked. And holding on to him, I think, is the only way forward, no matter what happens here.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you pay him what he deserves. I mean, that's going to be a lot of money.
Yeah.
But you got to. So we said we had hot mics allegedly.
Hot mics.
So please, tell us what we said. I hope we didn't say anything embarrassing. Did we say anything embarrassing?
No, we were just talking about Aaron Nola. I was just saying I was right about Aaron Nola once again before we came on.
It's Dom has that thing out for Aaron Nola. I don't know what it is, man, but he continues it.
It's Danny Green first, now Aaron Nola.
Right?
Danny Green kind of deserved it. I'll give him that.
All right, we're gonna go back to Dom. He is live. Let's head back to him.
Cops who use marijuana. The argument is the lawsuit goes back to at least 4 officers who tested positive for the drug. All 4 have fought to get their job back. Now, this is after the testing that it was legal in New Jersey. The Democrat, the mayor, Stephen Phillip, who's running for governor, fits in perfectly in Jersey. He makes 2 contradictory arguments. They argue that federal law makes it a crime for users of any controlled substance to receive any firearm sold commercially. The city requires officers to buy guns as a basic job duty. We're citing the same federal law that Hunter Biden was indicted under. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's a bit more serious here than a guy smoking a joint, right? As states have legalized pot in recent years, the feds have often let cannabis crimes slide, but federal law still preempts state regulation. Now, the Wall Street Journal says progressives want to make smoking weed a civil right, but the contradictions keep piling up. Mr. Phillip, who's the mayor, has already announced he's running for governor. He supports recreational marijuana for the masses, and he visited a dispensary on opening day. But even voters who supported legalization might think twice about letting a public employee who was high before his shift go running into a crime scene with his weapon. New Jersey policies allowing law enforcement to smoke is an outlier nationally and one that will put officers and community at risk with impaired judgment. Here it is. Tests for marijuana, unlike for alcohol, can't reliably determine whether a cop was using 2 hours ago or 2 days ago. Now, I come down on the side. We talked about this. If we're going to have, and we talked about, look, that in Jersey, libertarian approach, I get it. The state wanted recreational marijuana. All right. They said it's time finally. And it was overwhelming. We talked about a couple of the differences. One, if you're driving, testing that versus testing for alcohol. Not sure what they do in Colorado to get around that. But here's one with law enforcement. And the idea is, how close to you being on the job could you be smoking? Well, for that matter, how close, to going on the job could you have a drink? Or a couple of drinks? Is the impairment here? That's what's interesting to me, is the level of impairment. So this guy is up and down the line in favor of it, but he's holding the line here in Jersey City against this for cops. 855-839-1210. John in Wildwood on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
I'm a licensed captain, and I am not allowed to have any kind of, even the ointments that they have, the medical ointments, marijuana ointments and stuff. I can't have any of that stuff around me. I can be tested arbitrarily at any time. I can't even have company or guests, some paying customers on my boat. That it's legal in New Jersey, but you can't have it on the boat, because if we get stopped by the Coast Guard, I lose my license.
All right. But wait a minute. Here's the difference. Here's the difference, John. But people can still go and smoke. You're right. New Jersey is very limited to where you can smoke, but you can still smoke legally. So you're saying then you don't think a cop then should ever be able to smoke legally anywhere?
No, I honestly, I don't think it's fair that if you're going to make a law that's good for everybody else, but it doesn't apply to them just because they're cops.
Right.
Either the law's messed up, or something's got to be done, because it's not, the cop is still, I know he's a cop 24 hours a day, but he's not on duty 24 hours a day. And if the guy wants to go smoke a joint, I don't really care. But not before you go on duty, like you're saying. And until they can test to where you just smoked a joint, or where they can tell the difference between 2 hours ago and 2 days ago, they need to be able to make that difference. If they can't, then I don't think that it should be allowed. I just don't.
I hear you. I mean, if it comes found out that the cop had smoked and there's an incident with somebody shot or whatever, they're going to use that against them. I'm more on the other side, though. Look, we talked about this. Didn't they consider this, that it's recreational and it's a drug that's going to be harder to determine impairment than we are with alcohol?
Well, like with my captain's license, it's a federal license, so I can use my license throughout the country. I can't. That doesn't mean that the test that they give me. If they give me a test, and I used to have these ointments that I would use on muscles and stuff that were TCB laced.
Yes.
But I can't touch them now. I can't even touch them. Because if they find one little thing with me, I can say, "But the doctor prescribed this to me." Doesn't matter. It's a federal law, so I'm stuck.
Yeah.
And so are, I guess, members of armed forces too.
All right, John. Do you have a favorite horror film?
Children of the Corn.
Ah, very good. By the way, we're considering going down the shore. Row needs one last shot. If you've been following the weather, we see in Wildwood Ocean AC, it might be 80 on Saturday or 79. Is that possible?
Yes. I'm going to be on, now that I've got my beach pass, I will be on the beach with a chair, with my wife, with a bottle of wine.
All right. Thank you, John. All right, Children of the Corn. That's a good one. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, lightning round. We'll give you a little bit taste of the other big story, too. DiRenzo and Dan down at the ballpark. Phillies tonight. Grease poles out there, I believe. And again, baseball's so random, but everything going for them. They're right. Nola has pitched well postseason. You have the noise factor, particularly tonight with a clincher to get back to the World Series in a close game. That's got to matter. Is Kimbrel going to pitch tonight? I'll ask Stan and DiRenzo what their thought process is on this. What are people saying there in the street? Does he come in ninth inning or eighth inning or seventh inning? Oh, my God. Phil, I can hear the dread, the agita at the stadium already. If he comes in, 1-run lead, you're bringing him in or who you bringing in? All right, and your answer to the side question. Hit us with that all-time horror film. Hey, jump into NBA action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Now, I really like the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, plus all customers get...
And welcome back to the ballpark. My name is Dan Borowski. If you're just joining us for the first time of the Otherside podcast, here with Anthony DiRenzo from 1210 WPHT. Anthony here with Dawn Stenslick, Nick Hale, and we're live out here at Citizens Bank Way as we are for all the live playoff games. There's such a great environment out here, dude. And Dom was just saying, is Kimbrel going to come in? And I think they shut him down. And didn't Topper say they're going to shut him down for the rest of the series? He needs a little bit of rest.
I mean, he did look like he needed the rest. In my opinion, Kirkring did a solid job that game. I saw a lot of fans hating on him. I mean, he's a young pitcher. I think for the situation he was in and for, given the circumstance, I think Kirkring was solid. The thing I'm worried about is putting in Alvarez earlier like that. That if you put in Alvarez that early, that's what I think really threw it off. Kimbrel obviously does seem like he needs a rest. But I really do think that, like, Sir Anthony Alvarez, Kimbrel, 1, 2, 3 punch that we did every time, they were in a rhythm. And I get it. All of them can still mess up if you put them in a different order. But I do think Kimbrel, when there's that much time left and it's not necessarily a instant close, it might be hard for him to especially with how much they've used him throughout the postseason. It's tough to sometimes. Not everyone's Brad Lidge, as much as we all love him, and it's hard. That is a hard.
I really
thing
did
to
think
find.
Kay Kimbrel was Brad Lidge, though. I expected him to have that kind of performance, and apparently not, huh?
Well, that's why I was frustrated with fans, because it's like nobody's, especially I guess Kimbrel's been around, so people think just because Kimbrel's been around, he's that kind of guy that's going to come in, get it done. I think these days of closers being completely lights out are over.
Yeah.
I mean, we really don't see it a lot anymore. They're to that point. I can't even think of another name other than Rivera. Really, that was that good. Who do you remember that? In modern times, I can't.
Yeah.
It's just because the hitters are getting more and more powerful. And I mean, the pitch count, I think, has also hurt the pitchers this year to an extent. So,
yeah, even the best of them, they're not doing what he was doing.
Well, and that's another thing. I'll give the Phillies pitchers plenty of credit there. They have adapted, beautifully to this whole pitch clock thing. They struggled early, but it's almost like not even an afterthought to them anymore, which I would say to all these playoff teams credit, that's kind of where
I think Nola's among the best pitchers that actually uses it to his strategy. If he wants to get in the batter's head, he'll wait until the 1 second hits. It's great. I love that we've used it to strategize. And one person that's really impressed me is Matt Strahm.
Yep. I agree.
It really seems like every time Strom and Hoffman are coming onto the field, those are two guys that I've never been super gung-ho about, but I feel comfortable with them.
Yeah, I think Strom's another guy. Obviously, I think you have to use him even more sparingly than an Alvarez or a Kimbrel, like maybe even a little less. But at the same time, I love getting Strom involved there when you need it, and he has stepped up. I mean, what was that against? He stepped up in the divisional series against the Braves and got us a big win there. So he can step up in those big moments, even if he doesn't necessarily, to your point earlier, have the reputation of the best reliever in baseball.
I'm going to go back to Dom just to make sure we don't miss anything, and we'll be back here in a little bit. Hang on the line.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Yes, it's true. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. And they are now available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, ready to drink. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Hit us with that all-time horror film, Dom Giordano's show. By the way, DJ Chat sent me this. Here's a horror. Halloween candy year over year up 13%. Thank you, Joe Biden, again. Thank him every day. Why not 20% next year, Joe? Just Halloween candy, just something that simple. My God. Let's go to Jeff in Hatboro on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Jeff, what do you have today on the side question?
I was hoping to set the scene and have a little more time. But anyway, you're probably familiar with the small town of Phoenixville. Beautiful shops,
Yes.
eateries, breweries. And they have the Vintage Colonial Theater, which has a balcony and a full-size screen. So imagine they shut down the entire town for a weekend, because that weekend they're all dressed up and they're going to be showing the Blob.
Blob Fest.
Yeah, that is a pretty good recommendation, Jeff, that it's that popular that continues. That's a good one. Joe in Pennsylvania. Is this Joe in Exton? Hey, Joe. Yo, Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Joe, what's your film?
Forbidden Planet. Actually, it's a tie between Forbidden Planet and Andromeda Strain.
Well, which one do you want?
Forbidden Planet.
All right, Forbidden Planet. Some movie people see that as a classic. Robert in Ben Salem. All right, Robert, hey, what's yours today?
Hi, Dom, Ben. Dom, I have to ask you, is it the state that is citing federal law and not letting cops smoke?
Yes.
A sanctuary state is citing federal law for not doing something.
Yeah, I hear you. Look, I hear you, and I'm fascinated by this because, look, we predicted with recreational marijuana, you got to work out these kinks to this stuff. It's different than alcohol or cocaine or whatever. You're going to have these little things that bubble up. But this guy's a menace, this Phillip. He's running for governor. And imagine he's the biggest proponent, and yet he's going after the cops.
I just the whole hypocrisy there just stuns me. A sanctuary state citing federal law will always stun me. But
you're exactly right.
The only movie that ever scared me was The Exorcist. It terrified me, but I think it's off the board.
Yes.
So I'm going to settle and go with The Thing with Kurt Russell.
All right. Good choice. All right. I had some favorites. Dan, I know you were in transit all. Do you have any favorites today?
I do like The Birds because, as I learned in my film classes in college, that was a very instrumental film in the development of what became the horror genre and the thriller genre. And I also like Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it's that 70s kind of gritty, a monster type film that it still persists to this day as one of the all-time greats, Dom. But you're the namesake. Where are you going?
The Birds. Thought that was a very good call. Yeah, so we'll put that down. Do you have the name? It was...
Elizabeth in New Jersey goes into the hat. Oh.
All right, Elizabeth, New Jersey. The Birds, Alfred Hitchcock. That's up there. I don't know about Mount Rushmore, but it's pretty close. So, Dan and DiRenzo and Dan at the ballpark. We'll tell you their exact location, but a question tonight. You know, this is part of being a fan. It could be thrilling to be there for the climax. Do people want them probably just to put them away 10-1 game? I see it could be a one-run game, 7th inning. They're not going to bring Kimbrel in the 9th inning, but do they bring him in, and should they bring him in?
That's a really scary thought. We were actually groaning when you were talking here.
Yes.
It hurt that you even suggested that because he's been doing so poorly, Dom. But you mentioned Game 6, Game 7. There's never been a Game 7 in Philadelphia Phillies history. So if we get there, that would be something very interesting to see. But no one wants that. We want to end things tonight, Dom, and move on to that World Series. But Anthony, Craig Kimbrel, man, what the heck happened to him? Because we were talking during the break, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We're live at the ballpark. We were saying Kimbrel was known as one of the better in the league, but not since like a Mariano Rivera has there been a killer closer besides Brad Lidge, right?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly how I feel. It's almost impossible to have that perfect closer the way that we saw growing up. At the same time, managing Kimbrel, and I think they've overused him to an extent here in the playoffs. But also after a young pitcher like Kirkring was in, and then bringing in Kimbrel before Alvarez, I don't know. That's a shaky move to me. I think Kimbrel does feel more comfortable there, like just in the 9th and in a more, I don't know, secure position, quote unquote. But at the same time, we probably have used him a little too much. And getting if they could get a rest out of him tonight, if Nola goes 7 to 8 innings, they probably don't need to use him. So we'll see. I mean, it depends.
I'm in
where
the
they go
camp,
there,
Anthony. He was getting hit hard most of the time the last month or so. He was just getting away with it kindly. You know, sometimes you hit a ball hard, doesn't matter, right at somebody. No, he's scary. And Philadelphia, this team is impeccable. The one thing they started to turn on over the weekend was Kimbrel, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the entire city turned on him. I was more upset with the people talking down on Kirkring. I thought Kirkring, as a young pitcher, did a very, very solid job.
But then
in
he
a big
can't
spot.
hit the strike zone. He comes in the first couple of pitches, man. It's nerve-wracking.
He was put in.
It is
I agree with Thompson putting him in, but after the first time, maybe that's enough. So anything else remarkable at the ballpark? You guys are going to be on at 3 o'clock for a few minutes.
No, you got everyone head down here. It's such a blast. Even if you're not coming to the game, the camaraderie, the love of the Phillies. It's such a. If you're out of Philadelphia and you don't realize what's happening here, man, it's incredible. The fandom in Philadelphia has really been turned up to 1,000. And come down here. There's a live band. You can watch some clips of the games, grab some Budweiser, Chicken and Pete's crab fries down here. So Dom, head down. If you're coming down, stop by the 1210 WPHT tent. We'll be here till about 4:15 and live on youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. But Dom, until then, I'll see you tomorrow, sir. Thank you very much.
All righty. Dan and DiRenzo there at the ballpark, and you'll hear those guys at 3 o'clock and a little bit later on, I think, with Rich. So the winner today, name goes into the hat, and we'll have a $50 gift card. Thank you, Captain Chucky's. We love crab cakes each and every day. We'll follow up a little bit more on this Jersey police potheads headline at the Wall Street Journal. It's the downside of this. Look at what Jersey, how they mangled this. People want recreational marijuana, no doubt 65% in New Jersey. What did they do, though? Remember their bias? They said we can't trust police because they can't go after adult minorities now, since it's legal to have marijuana. So they're going to go after juveniles. What did they do? They took away the power of the police. And what we found is they completely misjudged what would happen at the Jersey Shore. Look, this guy, Phillip, more on him. We'll see if he's brave enough to come on. How in the world are you the biggest proponent of marijuana? But you're going to say if a cop in off-duty hours, whatever those off-duty hours were, is Hunter Biden? My God, what an overstatement. Hunter Biden causing trouble again. Hunter Biden being used as a metaphor here. You can't write this stuff. All right, thanks to Dan DiRenzo, and thanks to Jim Kelly for producing. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at Dom Show 1210, and I'm off to the town hall tonight, the 2 mayoral candidates. It'll be live on Channel 6. I'll give you a full report on that tomorrow. Go Phils. No Kimbrel tonight. Let's make it easy on the fans there. And tomorrow we celebrate. Dom Giordano, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've heard me for years talk about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s as part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to promoting pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Jeff. He says the benefits of Rescue Omegas are worth it. Helps reduce my inflammation and lower my cholesterol. Been taking it for years. See, people like Jeff have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Use the code online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchuk, PNC Bank Regional President. When it comes to playing the game, every team has their why. Maybe it's for their legacy, the rush of a win, a championship ring. We at PNC Private Bank want to understand your why, your purpose. Once we understand it, we'll map out a personalized path forward to help reach your goals. Tell us, what's your why? PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hello, I'm a Bradford White water heater, and I'm looking for a good home, like yours. I promise to deliver all the hot water you need for your family. I'm reliable and efficient, and not bragging here, but I'm built to be the best, too. Just ask a plumbing professional. They'll tell you that Bradford White water heaters are a great choice for your home or business. Check out my website, bradfordwhite.com, and even find a pro who will install me. How you heat your water matters, so choose me. Choose Bradford White.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Just say it with me. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get you and your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. They're with you every step of the way. Absolutely no shots, no hormones, no surgery. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, and Cherry Hill. 855-5NJ-DIET. Or from home with live online video consultations. NJDiet.com. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJDiet.com.
And welcome into 12 to WPHT live from Citizens Bank Way. We are down at the Ballpark, Radio Row. Dan Borowski here of the other side with Anthony DiRenzo. Anthony, how you doing, man? It's awesome to be out here again, isn't it?
It's really, every single time I come down here, I'm always thrilled just because the energy and even if you're not going to the game, you feel what everyone feels. Like, you know, it's like feeling like a 12-year-old kid again. The excitement, we're one win away from repeating. And I shouldn't say repeating, at least repeating the NL pennant and hopefully moving on and getting that coveted World Series.
It's like a Finnish spa of just camaraderie. You walk down here, it's like a burst of energy. And the thing is, I don't know if I'd be as excited about all these games as I have been, because I come down here, I get so hyped up, and then I go back home, watch the game, and I am so crazy, man. I'm imbibing a little bit, and it's always a good time. But tonight, against us, we have Merrill Kelly taking the mound. The Game 2 pitcher is coming back again, man. And last time he was here at Citizens Bank Park, you could hear it from South Philly. Merrill. Do we get in his head again, do you think?
It seems like our fans have gotten to the head of everyone. It's not like any of these pitchers have been perfect, but at the same time, I think we're going to keep chirping him. I don't know if we'll ever be as loud as we were for Strider, though. Well, let's hope. Let's see if we can match that.
That was so awesome.
Yeah.
Rich Zeoli coming up here in about a minute or two. But first, I want to give you a rundown of the lineups today. Starting, it's the same thing. They haven't made any changes. The leadoff Schwarber, followed by Turner, Harper, Bohm, hitting in the 4 slot again. Stott, Realmuto, Castellanos, Marsh, Rojas. And Bohm hit in the 4. I mean, he's turned it around from that first wild card round, but he's not doing what I expect him to do. Do you move him? I asked you the same question last time. Do you move somebody like Marsh up into that spot who's had a pretty good ration success recently, or what?
You could, but I feel like Marsh has been successful where he's at the same time. I don't know. I like Bohm to get an anytime home run tonight. I really do. I think he will, and that's just going from there. So
yeah, and that's the thing is the bottom of this lineup. It's usually you have your first 5-6 batters where you're feeling pretty confident that they'll get something. Then you have the lull, and you got to wait an inning before they come back. But not with Marsh. He gets to the plate, and then Rojas recently too. He's been so cold, but you're hoping for him, and you're wanting for him. And in this last game, he gets something. It's so nice to see, man. And then you round things out with Schwarber. It's great. Yeah, no, exactly. And Schwarber is someone who's obviously looked a lot better this round, and hopefully that keeps up. So we are again down at Citizens Bank Way. Anthony DiRenzo and me, Dan Borowski from the Otherside podcast. Giordano program for me, Dawn Stensland for Anthony, and Nick Kale. And as always, there's a pregame block party here. You got food trucks. You have a merch stand. You have a bar you can drink at, a big screen TV, and a great live band. And most importantly, for the kids, come down. You can ride the carnival wheel, the Ferris wheel, the bounce house that they have. And it's just an awesome time down here, Anthony. But until then, I'm going to send it back to 1210 WPHT Studios for some Zioli show. We'll be checking in with Zioli here in a little bit. But again, Dan Borowski, 1210 WPHT, live at Citizens Bank Park. Come down, see us. We'll get you on the radio. We'll get you on our YouTube stream. And we're live on YouTube as well, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Go like and subscribe. And during the Rich Zioli breaks, we will be coming live from the park on that YouTube stream exclusively. So I see you then. Dan Borowski checking in. Rich Zioli next.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We got the Phillies on tonight, and we're going to win it.
Brian, appreciate you playing.
We asked for some good reaction. We get it.
Yeah, I
like it.
By the way, fever pitch.
It's all about the Red Sox fandom. Who cares?
Yeah, I know. And also the Sweet Caroline song at the baseball game, little overrated in my opinion. I would say what the Phillies do with Dancing on Our Own, much better.
Well, you sound like a homer now there, buddy.
Well, I am. There's no doubt about it. And I hate the Red Sox.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We'll see clear skies for this evening and light winds, temperatures in the 50s. They will be cooling down tonight. In fact, it'll get cold across the suburbs. We could see temperatures in the 30s. Overnight low in Philly expected to be 44 degrees under those clear skies with calm winds. That makes for the potential of some morning frost, especially into the suburbs for your Tuesday morning. Otherwise, Tuesday afternoon, mostly sunny with a high of 67. With MNBC 10 First Alert meteorologist Michelle Rotella.
Weather sponsored by United Tire. We love our Philly sports teams just as much as they love us cheering them on. Same goes for the great team over at United Tire. The owners make customer satisfaction their priority, working with you to get you back on the road faster. So when it comes to car service, trust United Tire.
WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Rich Zioli.
All right, well, yes, it is a big night tonight for Philadelphia. The Phillies are going to crush it and bring it home. And, yeah, we'll check in with our buddies down in the ballpark. And Biden had a great beach day yesterday. Nice walk on the beach as Americans are still being held hostage by Hamas. Welcome to the show. Glad you're here. It is Monday, 855-839-1210. Hope you had a good weekend. A lot to chat about today. Bill Maher teed off on colleges and why people should not go to colleges and why it's a waste of money and colleges are absolutely the worst. And we're going to talk about that. Plus, a little bit later in the show, we're going to check in with our buddy Scott Pressler. He is up at Penn State today. Today is the last day to register to vote in Pennsylvania. So you need to check and see if you're registered to vote in Pennsylvania, because today is the last day. You can do it. All right. So make sure you do it, because we don't want you to miss out. Obviously, we got to make sure that we get some good conservative judges like Judge Carolyn Coluccio elected. So make sure you do that. All right. Good. And also, too, I don't know if you noticed or not over the weekend, but the New York Times did an about face on its horrific coverage of the Gaza Not Hospital shooting, explosion, the not hospital, because it was a parking lot. And the New York Times has done an about face on this whole issue. And it's really pathetic because the New York Times, like a lot of other outlets, they were so quick to believe whatever the Hamas health ministry told them, and they ran with it, and they were happy to blame Israel for it, and people couldn't believe it. And then all of a sudden the truth started to come out, and you had a lot of people in journalism turn around and say, you know what? Turns out maybe, just maybe we got this wrong. But of course, like the media usually does, when they're wrong about something, they just quickly try to, walk away. But the New York Times, they admitted their hasty and biased coverage over the Gaza hospital blast. So they put out a correction, and the editor's note said that their initial coverage relied too heavily on claims by Hamas and did not make clear that those claims could not immediately be verified, which consequently left readers with an incorrect impression about what was known and how credible the account was. They took the word of the Hamas health ministry. That's what they did. And remember, they also had put out, the New York Times had put out a picture of a hospital that had been destroyed, but it wasn't that hospital. The building had been decimated, but it was 50 miles away. It wasn't that. It was an old picture. But the New York Times put that out anyway. And so that's why when I was on the air that day, and Stu Bykowski wrote about this, and I said that the damage was mostly left to the parking lot and the building was still standing, I get this note. Do you stand by that? I said, well, I'm just basing it on everything that I'm seeing online, which is the drone footage and camera footage and aerial footage and before and after footage. It all shows the hospital is still there. But the media in the country, the corporate media, was so quick to run and blame Israel for this. And they wanted it. They wanted the blood in Israel's hands, that 500 dead women and children and babies and doctors and nurses. And of course, you had those horrible people in Congress like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and the others come out and blame Israel for it. On October 17th, the New York Times published news of an explosion at a hospital in Gaza City, leading its coverage with claims by Hamas government officials that an Israeli airstrike was the cause and that hundreds of people were dead or injured. The report included a large headline at the top of the Times website. Israel subsequently denied being at fault and blamed an errant missile. Remember that? New York Times repeatedly and prominently featured Hamas's claim that the blast at the Gaza City Ali Allah Baptist Hospital was caused by an Israeli airstrike, because the Hamas health ministry told them that. So that's what they did. So they went with whatever the Hamas health ministry told the New York Times. Because the New York Times hates Israel, and they're happy to do that. So now they've come back and they said, well, our reporting was a little rushed. A tad rushed, our reporting was. Oh, really? You think so? Imagine that, huh? And I told you that too last week. I told you that they were all rushing to do this, and they were doing this because, come on, it's a pretty big allegation to make, and it makes Israel the bad guy if it's true. It makes Israel the bad guy. And how many people in the corporate media want Israel to be the bad guy? Let's be honest. A lot of people. They really do. A lot of people. Meanwhile, we also have the professionalism of shoplifting. Shoplifting has become professional. The professionalization of shoplifting. It's a story over at National Review, how people are they're shoplifting, and then they're actually part of professional robbery rings, and they're also now reselling things. But what's amazing about this story in particular, though, is that it's this guy, Matthew Iglesias. He's described as center left. He doesn't normally probably tweet me. I think I retweeted him recently in something. He outlines in his most recent article that thieves are rarely heroic or needy. The whole idea that they're stealing stuff because it's Jean Valjean. They got to feed the kids. They got to get the bread for the kids. Not that. The thieves that force store closures and cause employees and customer distress are organized gangs who descend upon a store, clear the shelves, and then list those unused items online through a marketplace such as Facebook, Craigslist, and Amazon. If you've ever wondered why there are so many listings for 6 packs of detergent alongside that 1999 Plymouth Prowler you've been eyeing on Facebook, theft is the likely answer to that errant wonder. And it's everywhere now. The theft rings then hide behind the propagandized imagery of impoverished mothers putting diapers and soap in their strollers, needful items as mom tries to make it until tomorrow. It's utter nonsense, because I said in this country, If there's a child who can't get food, if there's a mom who can't get diapers for her kid, there are more than enough social services out there to help at the local, the state, the federal level. There's no reason for a child to starve. There's no reason for a mother to not be able to get baby food or diapers for her kids. Churches will help out. Community groups help out. And, of course, the government helps out. But that's the lie that's told. Remember, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she said that lie, the squad leader. And, these are people just stealing food to feed their families. Stealing a loaf of bread, like Jean Valjean and Les Miserables. This is what Iglesias wrote. He said, when major national retail chains say shoplifting is a growing problem and cite it as a reason for some store closures, I'm inclined to agree with them. Among other things, companies just don't have strong incentives to lie about this kind of thing. That said, it is not easy to convincingly demonstrate that there has been a big national increase in shoplifting. See those skeptical stories from CNN and the Marshall Project. See, because in a country where the overall state of crime data is bad, the shoplifting data is really bad. Jeff Asher tried to run the numbers to see if crime is really worse at the locations of the recently closed Target stores. It doesn't seem to be, but you can't really tell because property crime underreporting is massive, and also because a raw count of thefts doesn't tell you how much was stolen. What does seem verifiably true, and is perhaps more important, is that stores have been ratcheting up their deployment of anti-shoplifting tactics, including keeping items behind locked doors, on shelves, investing in more surveillance technology, and having systems with multiple doors so you could potentially trap thieves without asking staff to physically confront them. And more of that is happening now in stores. And you got to think about it, too. You get into a situation where these stores are telling their employees, hey, listen, don't confront people. We don't want you calling the police on them because they don't want their ESG scores to be hurt because you called the cops and you reported them and then they got arrested. And they don't want to be accused of being racist. So the stores just turn around and say, all right, well, we're not going to worry about it. And that's why it's impossible to get an actual count on retail theft for that same reason. But it's there, and I know it's there, and we all know. We all see that it's there. Just like we saw Joe Biden on the beach yesterday, sitting there on the beach, and even Fitty came out and said to Joe Biden, get the F off the beach and get back to work. I don't begrudge presidents for golfing. You know this. I've said this for years. When it's a Republican who golfs, they bash the Republican. The Democrats bash that person. When I don't get into the golf game because you're outside. You get your comms people there, and if they need you, they can quickly get a phone to you. But there's something called optics in life. And when you got American hostages and the president and Dr. Joe Biden, you have to say Dr. Joe Biden, are walking on the beach in Delaware together on a beautiful day, walking like not a care in the world, like a retired couple, walking on the beach together. That is a terrible, terrible optic for the world to see, that the president of the United States of America thinks that everything's just hunky-dory and he's taking a beach walk. I don't need the guy to be sitting there, launching missiles, but I don't need the guy walking on the beach. I want the image to be projected that Biden is focused on nothing else but this. Of course, Biden's not focused on anything, let's be honest. And I think it was a terrible look for him. I really do. And I think a lot of people noticed it was a terrible look, and even Democrats were cringing at this. Like, does this look like a guy who's running for re-election to you? You're the president of the United States. You're up for re-election. You have an opportunity now. American hostages are being held. We still, as of today, John Kirby going on about we still don't know how many. We don't know where they are. We don't know how we're going to get them back. That was just a short time before it came on the air. There was a briefing with John Kirby from the Pentagon. So, if I'm a Democrat operative right now, I'm saying to myself, got Americans being held hostage. A situation in the Middle East is blowing up. The president's out there equating Hamas and Hezbollah and Putin. Lindsey Graham's out there saying there may be a three-front war breaking out, three fronts, because now China as well. And there's the president doing a beach walk. And as a professional political operative, I would be saying at that moment, this is absurd that this guy who's running for office is giving the impression to people that it's just a day on the beach. He's got a day at the beach. And he sits there on his beach chair, just taking it all in, not even at the White House. See, there are moments like that when if you're a candidate and you're running for re-election, you want to project strength. You're at the White House and you've got photographers taking pictures of you on the phone all day. And it's a weekend, so you can get away with the khakis and the blazer look if you want. You know what I mean? I'm not expecting you to be in a suit on a Saturday or Sunday at the White, but you get, you do the pictures of you in the Situation Room. You do the pictures of you with the meeting with the national security team, because it's a great political opportunity, number one. It's also the right thing to do to show the families that whose kids are being held hostage, whose family members are being held hostage, that we're all over this. We're working on it. It also sends a message to the enemy, which is don't mess with us, because this is no day at the beach here. And it will not be a day at the beach if you mess with us. So in all those things, you just turn around and you go, what the hell is this guy thinking? And I keep coming back to the fact that he's not running for re-election. Because who really, if you're running for re-election and you've got the opportunity now to look like the commander-in-chief, there's this line from the American president about after he orders an airstrike in Iraq or something like that, and it says, what you just did is very presidential. And Michael Douglas, as the character in the movie, gives this whole talk about right now in this building, there's some janitor and he's going about his shift, and he has no idea that in a few hours he's going to be dead, because he has no idea that a few hours ago I gave the order to have him killed. He said, what I do is this is the least presidential thing I do. It's a great speech written by Aaron Sorkin, the American president. It's a great movie. It's very lefty bias, obviously, but still a well-done movie. But the point is, here's the opportunity for the guy running for president as a Democrat, who's the president, to look presidential, and instead he's lounging out at the beach, like building sandcastles. Like making it clear to our enemies, hey, you mess with us, and I may kick sand at you. I may throw a rock at a seagull. It's just bad optics. You go like, what the hell are you doing? If he was a lame duck, I think he is a lame duck, if you catch my drift. But if he were a lame duck president, this was his last year, and he's leaving at the end of the year, and there's a presidential election going on, and he's checked out, you're like, yeah, well, the guy's checked out. What are you going to do? Thank God the military's all over it. But it's not even a question of, well, the president is not reachable. I know the president's reachable. I know that there's people 4 feet away from him with a phone if they need the guy. That's not the point. But holy cow, political optics here for a guy supposedly running for president of the United States of America, to be walking around kicking sand, getting the sand between his toes. He's got his ass in the water and his toes in the sand. And he's running for re-election as president. He's the commander-in-chief in the middle of all this. You see, now when I tell you that I think that Biden is really not going to be the candidate, it's stuff like this that makes me think Biden is really not going to be the candidate. Because otherwise, it's just ridiculous. Let's be honest. It's absolutely ridiculous. And every single political operative right now who's listening is nodding their head in agreement with me, whether they agree with me or not. Whether they agree with me or not. Politically I'm speaking, whether they agree with me or not, but they're nodding their head because they know exactly what I'm talking about. That when you've got even rapper 50 Cent blasting Biden for vacationing on the beach, get the F up, we're in trouble. Fitty said that. He reacted to Joe Biden spending the weekend on the beach and saying, get the F back to work. And, just saying, our buddy Paul DiBartolo actually made the tweet thread on this whole issue. So good job by Paul. 50 Cent just tweeted out and said, hey, Joe, get the F up. We're in trouble, man. And then somebody said, Trump would never bring the homie Trump back. Yeah, you think Trump would be on the beach? And again, it's not, I don't begrudge these guys their downtime. But Biden's sacking out, sleeping on the beach, walking on the beach. And the only thing I keep thinking to myself the entire time is, who the hell thinks this is a good idea for a guy running for president of the United States? Who thinks this is a good idea? When at the same time this is happening on television, you've got people like the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, out there saying that we're concerned about potential escalation. You got Anthony Blinken. He's concerned about Iran escalating the war in the Middle East. This is all going on in the Sunday shows while Biden is taking a nap on the beach. And he gets back to the White House today. Marine One lands, doesn't say anything, of course, just does his little wave and goes back inside the White House. So it's, on the one hand, you turn on the television, all you hear about are Biden's people. They're all sitting there and they're all on TV going on over and over again saying, Iran is escalating, Iran is escalating, Iran is escalating. And Biden's sacked out, asleep on the beach. I'd love to be on the beach. I wish I was, but I would love a beach day. You'd love a beach day. We could all love a beach day. Who doesn't love a beach day? Here's the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, on with Kristen Welker from Meet the Press over the weekend. Let's start with cut number 2.
As I had mentioned earlier, we have seen an uptick in attacks against U.S. military facilities, against troops around the region. Overnight, the Pentagon announced it was actually increasing its force posture in the region. How concerned are you about Iran trying to escalate this war?
We are concerned. In fact, we expect that there's a likelihood of escalation by Iranian proxies directed against our forces, directed against our personnel. We are taking steps to make sure that we can effectively defend our people and respond decisively if we need to. This is not what we want, not what we're looking for. We don't want escalation. We don't want to see a second or third front develop. We don't want to see our forces or our personnel come under fire. But if that happens, we're ready for it.
And Biden's worried about the escalating sun rays. So he's increased his layer of protection. He's now at an SPF 50, maybe 100. So he's worried about that escalation. So he's ramping up the SPF while he's on the beach. Crappy optics, bad political optics. Let's face it. It looks weak. It looks weak politically. It looks weak militarily. Talk about a missed opportunity for a guy running for president of the United States. Which is why I tell you, I don't think Joe Biden's actually running for president of the United States. 855-839-1210 on Twitter at Rich Zioli. Big day for us. The first pitch is 5:07. Go Phils. And we're coming right back.
I thought I was going to have to go through a hip replacement or some painful, unsuccessful surgery or be crippled the rest of my life.
Electrical engineer Dan Vogler had awful arthritic pain in his hips, pain that not only affected him physically, but also emotionally, and it spilled over even to his relationships.
I was almost mean. If you're in pain and other people don't sympathize with it, you're lashing out at the wrong people.
But then Dan found QC Kinetics with the latest advances in regenerative medicine, non-surgical treatments with lasting relief.
I felt immediate relief. I mean, within half a day, much of the inflammation and pain was down.
And today, Dan says he's totally pain-free, living the life he wants.
At the end of the 4th treatment, I felt pretty much healed and enthused and was raving about QC Kinetics. I can recommend them highly to anyone.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you...
Man, this thing is loud. Woo! Finally, I got it. We're back here live at Citizens Bank Park, Anthony, and it's an awesome environment. We just had a friend of ours, Justin, stop by. It was nice to see him, but a great environment. Had what was the listener's name? Chris that stopped by?
Yeah.
Chris swung by. So if you're heading down here to the ballpark, come please swing by. And welcome to the stream. So if this is the first time you're seeing us, this is Dan Borowski with Anthony DiRenzo. And I produce the Dom Giordano program. Anthony handles the Dawn Stensland show and the Nick Kale show. And we also do a podcast called The Other Side. And for all home Phillies games, we are live out here. And we do crossovers with Rich from time to time. But awesome environment, man. Today we have Merrill Kelly taking the mound against Aaron Nola. And the same lineup that we've been rolling out this entire time. But Anthony, it's one of those situations where we're on an anniversary here. This is the 1-year anniversary of Bedlam in the Bank.
An iconic moment, and it feels like a fitting day for us to be sitting here. Game 6, Phillies up 3-2. Beautiful, beautiful day for baseball. The sun is out. 5:07 start, early game. It could not be any better. And I think looking back at last year, not trying to take away from what we saw last year, I think this Phillies team looks ready.
Yo, what's up?
Let's go. Let's go.
Another guy stopping by. We are live right now, brother. I appreciate that. Yep. Yeah, it's been happening to us a lot recently here. We can use some security out here.
We'll take some enthusiasm though. But either way, I just think this year it really does feel like it's time. And for Bryce, he's been stepping up even more than at that point. And hopefully that just continues because of the way he's been smacking the ball up there sometimes.
So question for you. You've been to a couple of these games, and the stadium this past month has been louder than I think it's ever been. What was the number one moment where you were like, my ears are bleeding? This is ridiculous.
It was the Reese home run.
Yeah.
In the Braves game. That was game 3, I believe, last year of the NLDS. That was the loudest.
So
I've ever
that
heard
Reese
in there.
home run, was that
Yeah.
louder than anything you heard this year? Because he's been to, what, 3 or 4 games this year, right?
I mean, Marlins game was very loud because it was the first game, and I would say the Braves, of course, was loud because that was the Strider game, and that's close. I'd say that's like a close second to what we heard in the Reese. I mean, that Reese thing, it kind of like solidified that the Phillies were back, like it really did, and I think that's why it was so loud. And I mean, it really created, Red October was a thing when we grew up. I remember saying it then. But I feel like it really created this like extra layer and extra, intimidation factor of really how loud we've been and kind of that expectation at the same time.
Checking on Rich. We're still good to go for a little bit. Robert writes, and on a side note, say no to Wawa Pizza. Support your mom and pop pizza shops. Have you had Wawa Pizza?
I will say this. It's not the best pizza I've ever had. It's better than like Pizza Hut or Domino's.
Yeah.
Definitely. If it's like late night, you got nothing to eat, you want a quick late night pizza. It's a solid option. But at the same time, yeah. I'm someone, I'm going to tell you every time, go to your local pizza joint. Yeah, that's because it's usually better.
The one thing I hear often is that, oh, yeah, where else are you going to find a pizza at 3 a.m.?
That's true.
But
that's true. 7-Eleven? Ugh.
But if you're someone that's eating pizza at 3 a.m., I don't really trust your, food.
Come on, we've all been there. We've all been there.
All right, we're going to head back to Rich. Rich is live. Let's go back to Rich Dioli.
I got my toes in the water, ass in the sand. Not a worry in a world of cold beer in my hand. Life is good today. Life is good today.
This song is replacing
plane
Hail to the
down
Chief.
just about 3 o'clock and the city's still.
No, keep it going. Go ahead. Instead of Hail to the Chief, it's this now.
And palm trees
This is
danced
better.
in my head. I was still in the
Every time
bag.
Biden sets up a beach chair in a sandcastle,
Concrete cars of their home prison
Marine Corps
bars
band will
like
strike
this
this song
life
up.
I'm
Be great.
living in.
Why not?
But the plane brought me farther. I'm surrounded by water and I'm not going back again. I got my toes in the water, ass in the sand.
I mean, if that's not presidential, I don't know what is.
Life is good today.
Life is good today, except the beer. He's got Metamucil in his hand.
Adios and bye, con Dios.
That's when he deals with the border from the beach. Right. All right, welcome back. Glad you're here. 855-839-1210. Meanwhile, in the real world, the guy who is really not running for president, sitting on a beach, just completely checked out. People are very worried about their family members, and we don't really know exactly how many people are over there. We still don't really know how many people are being held by Hamas. The numbers keep changing. And John Kirby today was asked the question about this at the White House press briefing, and Kirby was evasive about it. He really didn't say much, but he also did say just a short time ago that we've seen an uptick in rocket and drone attacks by Iran. So take a listen to that.
Now, we've also seen over the course of the last few days, actually the course of the last week, but certainly over the last couple of days of the weekend, an uptick in rocket and drone attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups against military bases housing U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. And we're deeply concerned about the potential for any significant escalation of these attacks in the days ahead. At the direction of President Biden, the Secretary of Defense has ordered the military to take steps to prepare for this, to ensure that we're postured appropriately, both in terms of being able to defend our forces and respond decisively as needed.
Okay, so the reservation, so we're gonna respond decisively. Decisively is what he says. Decisively. Okay, that makes me feel really, really good. Now, listen, when it comes to Iran, though, and we're all concerned about this potential escalation, Biden's concerned about potential SPF. Here is the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin over the weekend on ABC News with Jonathan Karl. Again, remember, the commander-in-chief was unavailable because he was fighting off seagulls. Cut number one.
Here, I want to start with those moves you announced late yesterday, last night. You've got the USS Eisenhower going to the Persian Gulf. You've got more missile defense systems headed to the region, troops put on standby. What's behind these moves?
Well, Jonathan, as you know, recently we've seen rocket and UAV attacks against bases housing our troops in Iraq and Syria. We're concerned about potential escalation. In fact, what we're seeing is the prospect of a significant escalation of attacks on our troops and our people throughout the region. And because of that, we're going to do what's necessary to make sure that our troops are in the good position, they're protected, and that we have the ability to respond. Now, this additional deployment sends another message to those who would seek to widen this conflict. As President Biden said earlier, and as you've heard me say, if any group or any country is looking to widen this conflict and take advantage of this very unfortunate situation that we see, our advice is don't.
No, because the commander-in-chief is on the beach. He does not want you to do that, okay? He's very good. Is there more to that?
Yeah, we can go on.
Go ahead.
The right to defend ourselves, and we won't hesitate to take the appropriate action.
Well, in fact, we saw the USS Carney take down those 3 Houthi missiles. Houthis, again, that's an Iranian-backed group in Yemen, and also several drones. Was that takedown defending our ships in the region, or was it defending Israel?
Jonathan, when you have cruise missiles heading towards one of our DDGs, one of our destroyers, that vessel is going to do what it needs to do to protect itself. The same applies for the UAVs. And I applaud the work of the crew of the Carney. They demonstrated what our very capable United States Navy can do and will do if challenged.
And you've given them the authority to do that.
They have
that was done in an instant.
They have the inherent right for self-protection there, John. Yeah.
So you realize now what the Secretary of State, what the Secretary of Defense, what the Pentagon spokesman, what they're all saying right now is that the way to make sure we don't have World War III, right, is optics. We send these big destroyers down there. We let them know that we are going to kick some ass if that's what happens, while the president has his toes in the sand. So at the very same time, we hear everybody saying over and over to us that the issue here right now is optics. The United States is sending these ships down there so that the bad guys know that they're down there. And so when I turn around and I say to you, it looks really bad for the president to be on the beach, you understand that these guys are all proving my point, right? These guys are all proving my point. And Kirby has no new information when it comes to how many American citizens are being held hostage. He has no new information on that. I mean, some numbers would be nice, right? It'd be nice to get some numbers if we could get that, perhaps. But I don't know if we can. Matt, I just sent you a link. This is John Kirby from the White House today, the White House press briefing. He has no new information on the American citizens who are still being held hostage. Why would he, right? Take a listen.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm loading it up.
Sure, no problem.
I mean, more than a second.
More than a second.
Many,
All right.
many seconds.
Any second.
Like
no problem.
filibuster.
And check that tweet feed too. They just posted a whole bunch of clips from when you just wrapped up too. When you get a chance. Thanks. This is the issue, right? I mean, I would think people would be very concerned at this moment in time of understanding exactly how many people are there, what we're going to do to get them home. I would think so. And again, if you're running for president of the United States, if you are running for president of the United States of America, you would want to make sure that you're projecting an image to Americans that you're doing everything to get their people home, to get our people home. Everything. You got it? All right, go ahead. Take a listen.
Admiral, can you tell us the latest on the status of hostages and the work to try to release additional hostages? Do you see a category of those being held who might be sort of the next available to be released if that were to take place? Can you give us a sense of what that picture looks like?
I wish I could, Kelly. I really do. And these are all great questions, but unfortunately where we are right now in the process makes it impossible for us to publicly detail the efforts that are going on.
Admiral, can you tell us the
Just
latest?
trust us. Just trust us. It's going to be fine. All right? It's going to be fine. 855-839-1210 if you want to weigh in on Twitter at Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike Veneri is a great guy, great friend of the show. And because he understands how important our veterans are to this country, he is hosting his annual Veterans Day breakfast. It's coming up on Saturday, November 11th, and it's free for every veteran and free to the community as well. So you can come and say thank you and salute them and say hello for all the great work that they've done and say thank you. There'll be food there, coffee, donuts, breakfast pizzas, and all kinds of great fun. And it's also a free community shredding event as well, where you can bring all those documents that you have to get shredded. So you don't have to worry about a thing. You know, that stuff winding up in the wrong hands. But here's the most important thing that I need you to know about Dr. Mike. What he does, what he handles, is the most complicated dental implants ever. Dental implants. This is what sets him apart from every other dentist out there. And it's the reason why Dr. Mike has been voted top dentist in South Jersey for 10 years in a row, 10 consecutive years. But it's also the reason why people travel from all over to see the guy, no matter where they are. They travel to see Dr. Mike Veneria. And, you know, I tell you that my own mother found and discovered Dr. Veneria, and she visits him from South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. 2 offices to serve you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury, right over the bridge. So call today for your free implant consultation, 856-786-2020, 856-786-2020, or visit veneriadental.com, VANARIA. Get the perfect smile you deserve and mark your calendar for Saturday, November 11th, Veterans Day, so that you can come out and enjoy the free Veterans Breakfast and community shredding event. Dr. Mike Veneria, it's a very special place with great people who do great work, and you will be really grateful for the smile that he gives you. Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
Mostly clear.
And we're back live at Citizens Bank Way. Dan Borowski here of the Other Side podcast with Anthony DiRenzo. Anthony, and as the crowd grows, the excitement grows as well, would you say?
Yeah. I mean, it's everyone I think is ready to move on, and I think that is exactly what I think the Phillies are going to do today. And I'm sorry if it came back here, you know, it's going to end. Like this isn't going to go to 2 games. I didn't even think it was going to necessarily be here, but here we are. So and Nola pitching again. I'm just going to keep emphasizing.
Are we overstepping our boundaries though for being so confident in our home field advantage?
No, they haven't lost.
Yeah.
They haven't lost at home. So until they do, why would I not be confident?
You're right. So I got a question here from, Howie? I don't know if you're Howie, another one of our friends.
Yeah.
He says, who's the biggest Philly we need to step up over the next 5 games?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. I got some examples here.
I'd say either Bohm or Alvarez.
Yeah, so friend Mike says Bohm. He says he needs to hit in Harper. And actually, it's funny you say that. Steve writes in Alvarado. He thinks Alvarado or Sir Anthony needs to start throwing some strikes.
That's true. I mean, Sir Anthony hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been, I think, what we've come to expect from him of late. And that's, to your point, I think if he did come out here, say tonight they don't use Kimbrel and they use someone like Sir Anthony to close it out, if he looked, a solid finish there could give him some confidence, and I think he could use that.
What happened to Sir Anthony? Because at one point, before his injury, he was going to be the next closer for the Philadelphia Phillies.
I mean, I think the bullpen has kind of bounced around with roles here and there. But Sir Anthony, I kind of like him not as closer. I'm not saying that he would be a terrible closer, but I like where they use him. He's a good middle reliever. And it's with our starters, we don't always need that, but I feel like he's another guy that if we need 3 to 4 innings from him, he historically has been able to do that. But to your point, something that would give him some confidence here, I think would really help the team and the bullpen going into the World Series.
And last one we got was Topper. Topper needs to be on his A game with decisions and put the players in the best possible position. I think that's obvious, but up to this point, do you trust Topper? Do you think he's done a great job? Where do you stand?
I mean, I trust him for the most part. There's been a couple mistakes. Like I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't have put in Kimbrel that early, and people talked about Kirkring, but I don't know. What are we going to do there? I just don't. It's hard to not put him out there at that point, at least, just because We don't really have much else that's starting caliber.
Yeah.
So I think
Do you
we
really
can
roll
be a
out
little.
Kirkering like he did yesterday, though, or the last game?
I mean, he might be someone that transitions to the bullpen.
Yeah.
I don't know how long. The thing is, if our 3 top starters can just be consistent, I think that'll be enough for the bullpen to have the help they need. But Arizona has caught up to the bullpen a little bit, so we got to be careful with that, and hopefully Nola can give him a break.
Yeah. One thing I really want to see, the player I want to have a great next 5 games is Rojas.
Yeah.
And I say that because when you look at the all-time great teams, the Yankees, when the Red Sox put together their super teams, there's always a young player that shown through the playoffs, and then kind of all the chips are aligned for Rojas to be that guy, the young guy that can take over, become a everyday starter, which he already has, but turn into a star, and he's on a grand stage to do so. So I would love to see that. But we're going to turn it back to Rich now, and hopefully check in with him soon. Here's Rich.
I used to fool around, but I couldn't take punishment and had to settle down. Now I'm playing it real straight, and guess I cut my hair. You might think I'm crazy, but I don't even care, 'cause I can tell what's going on. It's hip to be square. It's hip to be square. I watch them on TV. I'm working out most every day and watching what I eat. They tell me that it's good for me, but I don't even care. I know that it's crazy, I know that it's nowhere. There's no denying that it's hip to be square.
All right, in a few minutes, we're going to check in with our buddies down the ballpark. They are obviously very excited. We're all excited for the Phillies, and we're going to check in. But before I go to them in just a few, I wanted to just share with you a couple of things that happened from the White House today, because this briefing was, in my opinion, was an absolute mess. It was a freaking mess, and I think that you can just clearly see from the reaction of the press corps today that they feel like they're not getting the guidance that they need. So first of all, let's begin with this is the White House Fembot, Karine Jean-Pierre. Well, all right, so let's stick with Kirby for a second here. This is the Pentagon spokesman, John Kirby. How are you going to convince people that aid for Gaza is not going to get into Hamas's hands? Because we found out that, yeah, we're giving aid to Gaza. Aid to Gaza is part of this massive $100 and whatever billion that Joe Biden is asking for from the American people. Aid to Gaza, and also more aid for Ukraine, and aid to Israel and aid to Gaza. Take a listen.
On the aid portion, how, for instance, are you going to convince people that this is not going to get into Hamas's hands when, for instance, we saw fraud with something like COVID relief money in the U.S. And we're now talking about securing an understanding with Hamas, a terror group, about how this humanitarian aid should be used. I mean, how can you convince people that that is going to be a worthwhile, necessary, and secure endeavor?
We certainly share concerns about any diversion of humanitarian assistance for Hamas purposes. I mean, for instance, fuel's a good example. We know that they need fuel to be able to electrify and to power up their tunnels, for instance, keep the lights on. So we understand that. We're not blind to the potential concerns here over diversion, which is why Ambassador Satterfield is on the ground. His whole purpose is to make sure that humanitarian assistance can get to the Palestinian people. We have seen no indications as of today that any of the trucks that Karine talked about, any of the material in those trucks, have been diverted to Hamas or been absconded by Hamas. That, in fact, every indication that we have is that it has, in fact, gone to the Palestinian people who are in desperate need for it.
There's no indication that it's come to the Palestinian. It's just like what? Huh? I mean, you see, this is the problem. This is the issue, and the issue that I have here, the issue that I have with this entire thing. The other question is that John Kirby was asked, what is... It's this one. Here we go. It's this from Ben Hubbard from the New York Times asking this question. Hamas has released 2 more hostages for health reasons. Or no, is this? I'm sorry, Matt. Is this audio or is this an article?
Oh no, sorry. This is breaking.
This is breaking news.
Yeah.
Okay, Hamas has released 2 more hostages for humanitarian and health reasons. The group said in a statement late Monday. Okay. A diplomat briefed on the mediation talks confirmed the release, which comes 3 days after Hamas freed an Israeli-American mother and daughter. Okay, all right. So that's that just happened right now, and then we have another clip regarding all these crazy college kids and these pro-Hamas protesters. Cut number 2.
And there's been an uptick on the right among some Republicans who have called for students or foreign nationals who are demonstrating in some of these pro-Palestine demonstrations or, allegedly pro-Hamas demonstrations to have their student visas pulled or to face deportation. What is the administration's response to those kinds of remarks and that kind of rhetoric?
I would just tell you, you don't have to agree with every sentiment that's expressed in a free country like this to stand by the idea, the First Amendment, and the idea of peaceful protest. I'll leave it at that.
But they have student visas though. They're not citizens. That's the question is they're here chanting on the enemy. I'll put it to you like this. I mean, if after 9/11 people were in the United States and they were chanting, long live bin Laden, and they had a visa pass, is it not worth asking the question to say, should they maybe be here on a student visa? It's one thing to understand that the United States Constitution provides freedom of speech for American citizens, but we're talking about foreigners who are here on foreign student visas, right? Foreign student visas. And with everything that's happening in the country right now, we also have a story today, which is that we know that people have come into this country illegally who are terrorists. We know that. That story that came out, it was an explosive report that came out earlier today. Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists have actually are probably already in the United States, according to the Department of Homeland Security. A new internal memo from federal officials warns that members of terrorist groups Hamas, Hezbollah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that's the PIJ, they're the ones responsible for the hospital parking lot explosion, could be crossing into the United States through the southern border. The memo obtained by the Daily Caller News Foundation was sent by the San Diego Field Office Intelligence Division of Customs and Border Protection on October 20th as the war between Israel and Hamas continues and pro-Hamas protests spread around the globe. San Diego Field Office Intelligence Unit assesses that individuals inspired by or reacting to the current Israel-Hamas conflict may attempt travel to or from the area of hostilities in the Middle East via circuitous, you know what I mean, trans routes across the southwest border. Foreign fighters motivated by ideology or mercenary soldiers of fortune may attempt to obfuscate travel to or from the United States or from countries in the Middle East through Mexico. This is a briefing from the Biden administration. It's the Biden administration warning about this. It's Homeland Security warning about this, the southern border. Here's a clip, Fox News report with Peter Ducey regarding this very, very story here, cut number 8.
The intel arm of CBP has a new bulletin out, and the headline is pretty alarming. It says in bold letters right at the top, foreign fighters of Israel-Hamas conflict may be encountered at southwest border. The Daily Caller got a copy of this material. It was distributed 3 days ago, and it's about Hamas, Hezbollah, or Islamic Jihad fighters exploiting the porous border to get into the U.S. Part of the concern is that terrorists can see a ton of traffic down there. The new number is 2.48 million encounters in a fiscal year, and among them at least 172 people from the terror watch list. That is 172 who actually came face to face with law enforcement and didn't get away.
Wow, that's fun. Those are good times. Good times to be had. But beach days are fun too. So are days at the ballpark. Now, I want to make sure I did this right. I think I see the ballpark. I just don't see Dan, and I don't see DiRenzo. There they are. Big Dan and DiRenzo. What's up, boys?
Hey, buddy. How you doing? We are live at Citizens Bank Park. Let me see if I can make this a little bit better here. I don't know if I can. But, Rich, it's nice to see your beautiful face ahead of this great game.
It's great to see
one thing I wanted to... One thing I wanted to mention last night, I don't know if you saw, but Nick Castellanos with his son at the Eagles ballpark. And again, the first thing that came to mind was it seems every time, the first time of the week that we check in, I just want an update, man. You watching this with Patrick? We keep talking about it, but I want to know, man. He's got to be loving this. You got to be loving this, right?
He's loving this, but I'm not loving the fact that the game's at 5:07 today, and I'm on the air till 7. So why is it not 8 o'clock so I can actually watch it with my son?
It's because the Astros couldn't close it yesterday, so the Texas Rangers won and forced Game 7, so the MLB flexed the Phillies to 5:07, and the Battle of Texas will be at 8:07 because that's a Game 7, so it took precedent.
And nobody cares about Rich. No one cares about that game. No.
Nobody
I
cares.
will say, Rich,
I'm telling you right now, I'm annoyed by this fact because now Patrick's going to have to start watching the game without me.
It's very true. It's very true, brother. The camaraderie here, though. One thing I do suggest, if you ever do have a chance to, head out of the show and come down here with Patrick, it's a blast. They got that carnival wheel going, the bounce house.
What?
The Ferris wheel. It's a Ferris wheel.
I don't brand things. That's a brand, okay? It's a carnival wheel. That's my new excuse. And also, Rich, I've been noticing you've been talking a lot about CBP. A lot of Citizens Bank Park talk. It seems.
Ducey likes the Phillies. What's up with that?
So CBP, Customs and Border Protection. I was talking about those guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Every time we heard you say CBP, we thought, oh, is he coming to us now? Is that what it is? Steve Ducey's throwing us the ball.
I don't know if you know this or not, but they've actually replaced, that when the President of the United States comes out, they usually play the song Hail to the Chief. Dun, 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 dun. We have now replaced that song. Henry, if you could, give me the new presidential song for every time Joe Biden comes out. Henry!
Henry!
There we go.
There it is.
There we go. That's just earmuffs for the kids. This is the new song, guys, for the President of the United States. And let me just tell you, how great, right?
I love it.
Toes in the water, ass in the sand.
Yes, this is perfect for him. This is absolutely perfect,
I'm
Rich.
just saying, because Hail to the Chief has been done so many times. You know what I mean? So,
and it perfectly describes what he's been doing this entire time, right?
Thank you, Henry. I appreciate it. All right, so the scene looks fun down there. Now, I have another couple of questions to ask you. So, our pitching, the last couple games has been the issue, and people have been very nervous about our pitching. Not the starters, but the closers. So talk to me about the pitching staff tonight. I know you said Alec Bohm is starting tonight, right?
Well, no, Alec Bohm's a third baseman, so it'd be very awkward if he were starting at pitcher. But Aaron Nola is taking the mound tonight.
Aaron Nola is starting tonight.
Full move, Cotton.
That's what I meant.
Topper's really making some crazy decisions in these playoffs, throwing Bohm out there on the mound.
Pitching's not that bad yet. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point.
Yeah, but Anthony is an analysis for that.
The Eagles game was going to go into extra innings the way they were playing in the third quarter. So
shootout overtime, right?
All right, so I will say tonight, which is good. And then who are our relievers tonight? Because we used what's his name last night, and he's really good.
I mean, we keep going to Kimbrel, which obviously has been a problem. Everyone's been talking about that.
Don't do that.
Yeah. And that's, I think, what hopefully tonight, and what I'm thinking that they're going to go with, we got to get at least 7 innings out of Nola, or it's really going to be a struggle. Our bullpen needs a little bit of rest here. And I'm hoping Sir Anthony really has been low key here. I think Sir Anthony has a chance to prove himself. And like you were just saying, I think there's not really a huge chance here that Thompson will put in Kimbrel at the end of the game. So I'm feeling like I would go with Sir Anthony. I'm hoping that they could do Strahm and then a Sir Anthony, or even Alvarado.
I like Strahm's hair, and I like his stance. That stance is strange. He doesn't even look at the pitcher. He doesn't look at the
What is with the thing, though? He throws the ball into his glove a couple of times, and he does a little bounce there. It's kind of weird, man. But
and then he turns to the batter at the last minute and throws the ball at him. I've never seen anything like that before. It's great.
So on the stream, youtube.com/@12WPHT, what we do here is we're at the ballpark before every playoff game, and we're live, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Me and Anthony come on and do our little thing during the breaks. And ipso facto says Trevor Hoffman he would like to see come in. And that guy has been absolutely stunning. Where did he even come from, Anthony? Do you know?
Jeff Hoffman.
I believe. Yeah.
Jeff Hoffman.
Not Trevor Hoffman.
Jeff Hoffman.
Right there with Alec Bohm. It's right there with our starting pitcher, Alec Bohm.
Listen, Alec Bohm would be a great pitcher, and you guys are missing out. People can multitask, all right?
I love it. On the mound for the Diamondbacks tonight, we got Merrill Kelly, who was a Game 2 guy,
the
Rich.
D-bags. Correct. Sorry, I had a thing. The D-backs. I had a cough there.
He was coughing.
The D-bags with Trevor Hoffman. Yeah.
Well, to that point, Hoffman did play for the Rockies and the Reds, so we signed him in the offseason, and he has been solid. I think that's to that point from ipso facto, he has not necessarily had a chance, and that would be a good option.
Rich, coming up after the break, I do have some same-game parlays that are hot on FanDuel right now that I would love to get your opinion on, who might get some hits here and there. So we'll be back at the top of the hour with some more, Rich.
All right, we'll do that. We'll check in with you guys in just a minute. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Big day today for the Phils. First pitch, 5:07, and so excited that they are absolutely going to start Bryce Harper pitching tonight. It's going to be a phenomenal night.
Trey Turner.
Bedlam at the Park is going to be awesome. We'll be right back.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Just minutes ago, ahead of the closing bell, stocks on track to kick off the new week mixed ahead of some big tech earnings. Right now, the Dow is down about 0.5%, the NASDAQ up by 1/3%, the S&P 500 down a small fraction. Shares of oil giant Chevron down 3.5% after announcing it's buying Hess Oil for $53 billion. 6,800 UAW union members at a Stellantis plant near Detroit, where it makes the Ram 1500 pickup truck, that company's biggest earning vehicle, walked off the job today on the picket line. Google disabling live traffic conditions in Israel and the Gaza Strip for its Maps and Waze apps at the request of the Israeli military. That's ahead of a potential ground invasion of Gaza. And an off-duty Alaska Air Group pilot has been charged with 83 counts of attempted murder after allegedly trying to shut off power to a jet's engine mid-flight on Sunday. Now, the jet never lost power. It landed safely. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Diane Cardano-Casaccio from the Cardano team, your trusted real estate advisor. I've got information that could change your home selling game. An important factor shaping today's market is the number of homes for sale. And let me tell you, inventory is low. Put your home on the market, price it right, and boom, you're the star of the neighborhood. But news you won't hear from mainstream media is that new listings are actually trending up. Yes, in this fall market, when things usually slow down, more homes are popping on the market. If you're waiting for common sense and government policies to sell your home, this is your wake-up call. Even with this uptick, the market is still starving for inventory. List your home now and beat your neighbor to the punch. Don't share the spotlight, own it. Trust me, this is no blip in the radar. This is a trend you will want to get ahead of. Diane Cardano keeping it real and putting more money in your pocket. Explore the benefits of making your move now before everyone else jumps in. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're back live from Citizens Bank Park. It is me, Rich, with you, and Big Dan and Anthony, the other side with Dan and DiRenzo. First of all, guys, before I get into the game with you, tell us about your podcast, The Other Side with Dan and DiRenzo.
We try to give you a little bit of a younger spin on politics. We definitely try to focus on local as much as possible, with Dan and I both being down here in the city. So we'll definitely, especially with November. I mean, today's the last day you can register to vote. So if you're in Philadelphia, please today register to vote. So we always try to talk about city issues, some national stuff, and then of course sports betting, our favorite stuff to stream, music, kind of anything we want at the end. And then we're always on YouTube, so try to hop in the chat. And we'll be here. I mean, as long as, knock on wood, our Phillies are in the World Series next week, the other side will be live with all of our shows next week as well.
Good. And you guys have a good flair for sports and politics. And obviously, you know, Dan, you produce for Dom's show, and DiRenzo, you produce for Kale and Company. So you guys are in on all the action. But what I like about listening to the two of you talk about sports is that you make it fun, because I gotta be honest with you, these low energy TV guys who narrate the game. And this is why I encourage everybody at 5:07 today to mute your television and listen to the radio show. Us.
You know what, Rich? It's funny you say that, because I had the thought the other day. TBS is the one that's showing all these games, and TBS, you know who their sister station is? They're a Turner network. It's Turner Broadcasting Systems, and their network. Yeah, it's CNN, and they're all out of Atlanta. They're all out of Atlanta. So you got Jeff Francoeur, Frenchie is what they call him, as one of the announcers, who are completely showing anti-Phillies bias because they're all Braves fans. They all live down there in Atlanta.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, only a few bad actors, when they're just pouring beers on the field after that catch.
Yeah, trying to justify
what
their
if that
fans
happened here? What if that? Oh, what about the batteries? What about the batteries that they threw? Like,
oh, they threw batteries at
50
Santa one
years
time.
ago.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous. Yeah, just a few bad apples. I know. That's it, right? Give me a break. All right, so tonight's game is good. I think we're going to win tonight. I have a feeling, and it's just that we were not meant to win on the road. We were meant to win at Citizens Bank Park, and I think that's just what it comes down to. I think the energy is there, and I think tonight's just going to be the night. They're just going to shut it down. This is it. One and done. No game tomorrow. That's my sense. But tell me what some of the same game parlays are today.
Yeah, so Rich, real quick, just the lineup. I'm going to go down real quick. Leading off, we got the same thing as we've had all playoffs. Schwarber leading off, followed by Turner, Harper, Bohm, Stott, Real Muto, Castellanos, Marsh, and then Rojas rounds things out. And the top parlay on FanDuel right now, Rich, I want both your and Anthony's opinion on this. It's a 4-leg parlay. What you need is Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, and Brandon Marsh to record a hit for the Phillies, and you need Corbin Carroll to record a hit for the Diamondbacks. So again, that's Harper, Schwarber, and Marsh. Do you think that's possible, Anthony?
I like that. What are the odds on that?
The odds on that one are it's $10 to win you $44.
I would take that bet. I would.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you got Schwarber, Marsh, and Harper, who are incredibly hot right now. Schwarber looking like a completely reinvigorated man. It looks like June. You would think it's June out here right now with Schwarber's month. Then you got Corbin Carroll on the other side, though. I don't mean to be that guy, but there's some people that can rock a mustache. Corbin Carroll's not that guy. He's that guy around the Diamondbacks. I keep saying, Rich, he looks like a fresh recruit out of the police academy that wants to try to impress his higher sergeants by looking mature. So he tries to grow a mustache and just makes him look ridiculous. That's Corbin Carroll for you.
It's an excellent analogy, Dan. I like it. Excellent analogy.
Hey, well, thank you.
Hey, is that a postseason hat you have right there?
So let me lean in. It's from last year. It's postseason 2022. Nice. So I got to ask though, is wearing this hat bad juju?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm hesitating. Last year, I bought the National League shirt, and I was all excited. This year, I'm waiting until we win it. We're gonna win it, and we're gonna be celebrating on Broad Street. Hopefully, we get free T-shirts thrown off the bus. And I think you're right, Rich. We were meant to win at home, and moving forward here. Either Texas team we play, the Phillies are in a good spot, and both teams are in a long series, so there's going to be no advantage at that point.
Well, I had some Italians from South Philly over yesterday, some Italian ladies, and they were both saying, these girls, that there's going to be a big parade in South Philly if they win tonight. So I don't know if the parade is tomorrow or...
There will be. Tonight, people are going to storm the streets.
Well, you remember after the Super Bowl win, it was snowing outside and people still took to the streets. I remember my friends over in Jersey, they were taking the train in just to come for the post-game celebration. So
I mean, that could even be a debate we had, because I went out on the street last year when we beat the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl, and we didn't win it all. And I went out on the street and after we won the NLCS last year, and then we didn't win it all.
Is it a jinx?
Yeah, is that bad luck? Should we wait till we win it all to do that?
Listen, grease the polls, baby. It's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Grease the
So
polls.
it's funny you say that. Philly crime update over on Twitter. He has Philadelphia grease the polls ? 69% say yes tonight. That we should be greasing the polls for the game.
They were already installing barricades all over Center City, so I believe they were also greasing the polls. But
In
we'll
fact,
see. We'll see.
There's so much grease being used on the polls that Gavin Newsom today, his hair is flat. If you've noticed, he doesn't even have anything in his hair.
No
So,
quaff. No quaff.
No
today.
quaff. All right, listen, guys. Guy Shiraki's here from Broad and Liberty, so let me talk to him. I will chat with you
Thank
guys
you, brother.
later, and we'll just keep up the great work down at Citizens Bank Park. We appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Rich.
Go Phils.
Go Phils. All right, we'll be back, and yeah.
WPHT HD WOGL HD3 Philadelphia from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT